Oh no. Alright, we gotta go back and redo some of that. I forgot to unmute you. Oh boy, okay. We did the thing. Do you want to reread or do you want me to take the reread? Alright, well, I got to hear the amazing Solareclairart.
I like that.
So, I guess for those watching, all of us in Discord got the wonderful version of this delivered by Solareclairart, but the rest of us are going to, I guess, get my version of it. So, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Tonight, we're going to be embarking on a new adventure in a new world, at least for Adventure Bread, and we're going to do our very own take on Hit Point Press's Humblewood. Now, you may wonder what is Humblewood and what makes it different from Yabareth or Forgotten Realm settings. Humblewood is a vast, ancient, and magical forest where two groups of animal-like creatures have grown into a humanoid species. These are birdfolk and the Humblefolk. Birdfolk, as you'd expect, resemble humanoid versions of various kinds of birds, but while the remaining feathers let them confidently glide, they cannot take full flight like normal birds can. Still, most birdfolk prefer living in perches, which are fortified cities built in the wood's sturdy canopies. Humblefolk resemble a wide variety of forest creatures, and many make their homes on, near, or even under the wood's floor. The wood had known peace and prosperity for many years, but recently fires have begun engulfing entire villages. Bandits have returned to the roads. The Perch Guard, noble birdfolk who pledge to defend all citizens of the wood, are stretched thin. We start our journey in a small village called Meadowfen. It sits on the edge of the marsh, west of Humblewood's Grand Forest, and far from Alderheart and other great perches of the wood. It is a village where birdfolk and humblefolk live together in harmony, where everyone knows one another, and where all work together to survive. I do not, so you're actually coming through my headset, so why can we not hear you on the stream? This is a good question. Can we hear anyone from Discord? You notice we can't hear anyone from Discord, can we? Let me try and fix that real quick. Yeah, it's, we're missing the window for Discord audio. It's there, but I guess it's named slightly differently at the moment, so it's unhappy about that. There we are.
What's a stream without technical difficulties?
All right, we should hopefully someone. Oh, all right, someone talk.
Heard you that time.
There we are. See, the level for Discord is good. All right, I apologize, everyone.
Perfect.
We will now finally hear the soothing tones of Solareclairart.
Yeah, hear me too.
No.
Excellent. Good thing we didn't get very far before that happened.
At least we didn't get an hour in this time.
Yeah.
Oof.
So we open in on Scrappy Boi. You find yourself sitting in a shop stall. The stall is wooden, well worn, and thanks to inevitable years of use. But even though each wooden piece isn't always yours, you feel a strong sense of pride that you've collected them all yourself. Pieces. Hi, Steve. Pieces found from abandoned carts, from leftover furniture, from rocking chairs long forgotten. It has a uniqueness to it, but you've made quite the name for yourself here in Meadowfen. All around you, the small village is alive with citizens bustling to and fro. Some are getting groceries from Mr. Crocker at Moat Hill Market. Others are sending their small children off to churn butter before the afternoon heat really sets in. And this may not be the city that you were born in, but you have found your place here among these people, and it has become your home. You look down at your tool set unfurled from its leather case. Gears and sprockets as well as acorn and moss sit in front of you. It's simply waiting for your small but nimble hands to bring it to life. As you go to reach for one, you feel a shadow cast across you. You look up to find a raptor gentleman. His feathered head was dark, a stark contrast against the ruddy brown of his chest. The long curve of his beak comes to a sharp point, and the yellow slowly dipping into a deep black. His golden eyes soak in your every movement. He is wearing a tan double-breasted shirt jacket and the peak of a white collar coming over the top of the clasp of his cape. The paperboy hat and round glasses almost appear comical on him, as if the softness of their shapes were too soft for the predator that wears them. And on screen, we have a picture of this raptor.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was literally a raptor from Jurassic Park when you said that.
Yeah, I did at first too, but no, they're birdos.
Murderers.
Yeah, so raptors are birds of prey, and they are actually one of the 5 birdful, classes of species. It's a little bit broader than just that, but yeah, they're one of the the options you can pick to build a playable character for. So, Scrappy, this raptor walks up to you, and he is going to peek into your tent and say, "Are you Scrappy Boi?" My name
Yes,
is...
mister. How can I help you?
Well, thank you kindly. My name is Lyndon Rookspur. I hear you're pretty good with your hands. I'm looking for...
Indeed, mister.
Well, excellent, because I'm looking for a fire-resistant suit of armor. Set good enough to go deep in a scorched grove with. Think that'll be something you can handle?
He's gonna look around his little shop, just look around at tools and ingredients. I think a guy can do it.
Well, that sounds excellent. I've heard great things about your work. What'd you say about 200 gold pieces?
That sounds like a good price. Sure.
Excellent. What about I give you 100 now, and it's going to take you some time, right? So, say I give you the next 100 in 3 weeks.
Yep, fair enough. Standard practice.
Well, he is going to reach his talon out to you.
He'll put his hand out, Scrappy.
You're doing business with you. I'll return in 3 weeks. Pick up and pay up.
No problem. And Scrappy will go back to what he was working on.
All right, as Lyndon walks away from you, you feel the weight of this 100 gold pieces in your hand. And this is more gold than you have ever held in one time in your life. What do you do with the coins?
He's gonna put them in a little drawer he has next to him. Just puts it in the drawer and shuts it.
All right. You do that, and a thought passes through your mind. You have to use your ingenuity to solve many problems for the creatures of Metafin, and you remember fondly the swamp stilts that you made for Jomini Gerben. You recall a tea kettle you concocted for Madame Z, but these have all been simpler projects. Lyndon needs armor that will keep him safe from fire, and not just any fire, the Scorched Groves fire. You've heard lots of stories about how flame and heat, they are different from anywhere else. It's hotter, it's less predictable, and it's more insidious. You know that this project requires your immediate attention. You climb onto your stool and stretch out your arms, grabbing a rope cord in your paw. You tug it, and the bright day turns dark inside your stall. You're going to clamber out the side flap and feel the heat of the sun pressing into your fur. How do you go about collecting materials for this project? What do you need, and where are you getting it from?
Head down to the local blacksmith, obviously. Gotta get some armor. Well, no, gotta get the raw materials to make it.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna need for armor set fully. How tall was the talent of the raptor?
Well, we could say that you took his measurements while he was here. So I think I actually have his exact size and height for you. 1 minute to pull it up.
What's his name again, by the way?
Lyndon Rookspur. Rookspur. It's going to come up with the same thing that grabs his height for me.
It's Rookspur.
Excellent. And let's say he is about, let's say he's a raptor. Say it's about 5 feet.
Okay.
All right, so where are you going first? What are you doing? You have a couple options. You can try to scrounge up Just looking through trash, trying to, sneak into somebody's house, take their teapot, whatever. You can do that, or you can try to go buy the materials.
Oh, we're gonna go buy the materials. It's hefty payment. It must be. It needs a high quality. Gotta make sure it's high quality.
Right. So you make your way over to what looks like this town's blacksmith. And you find a porcupine hammering away. And you hear the clang, clang, clang as he is hammering out what looks to be a shovel on his workbench.
Hey, mister.
Dum, 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 dum. He looks down at what he's doing continually.
It's pretty loud.
Scrappy's gonna whistle.
Huh. That doesn't sound like... He looks up. Hello there.
Hello.
There,
Working on that new shovel, are ya?
yes, it's, going to go to the farms for one of the farmers.
Good, good. Looks good. I'm looking for some raw materials. Looking to build some armor.
Oh, raw materials for armor, eh? Well, you looking for some metal to be shaped, or
Yes.
all right. I've got some for my next 5 shovel projects. I guess I could part with it. Do you need it shaped for you, or are you going to shape it?
I'm gonna shape it. It's for a client. He pulls out a piece of paper he's been writing all the details on. Lyndon Roxburgh. He wants some fire armor from 2 weeks from now. He's about 5 feet tall, so about yay high of this material, and he kind of estimates it with his hands.
Okay. So are you looking to cover? I don't say shovel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, this will take care of at least his torso for you. I can let go of all this for 25 gold. How's that sound to you?
I was thinking 20. How you sound about that?
He wants
Roll
to do...
persuasion for me.
Yep. I'll have 0 on it. Alright, let's do it. 3. Nope, you're not coming through, Tune.
I was DM to DM.
Oh,
No, 20. These shovels I have customers for already. They got to go out, so they're going to
Okay,
need the 25
enough.
gold.
fair enough. He hands over 25 gold.
Thank you very much. Here you are. He's going
Thank
to
you.
pop down off of his stool, go behind him, and he's going to. You see 5 sheets of metal that haven't been hammered or anything yet, and they look like they're, if you took a shovel head and you just didn't crop it to be a shovel head, but it's a kind of squarish sheet, of metal. He goes and he takes those, and he looks longingly at them, and he picks them up, and then he exits through a flap and comes around the front of his stall and hands you all 5. And they're quite heavy, all 5 being held at once.
Okay, thanks.
Is Trog, are you streaming our test one?
No. Why, what's up?
It's a completely different picture.
Well, yeah, it's going to be. 'Cause I'm streaming it directly from my end.
Oh, I see. That's confusing.
Oh yeah, I thought it
Little
would let
bit.
you capture the screen
I could technically. I'm not going to do that.
yet.
That's fun. See, we're learning new things all the time.
Yeah. All right, Scrappy, you've got 5 chunks of metal. The estimate from the blacksmith was that they would cover probably the torso, maybe the arms.
Yep.
They're probably, I'd say iron, is fair to say, for the quality of metal you've got in your hands right now.
Yep.
All right, what do you do now?
Scrappy's currently just writing down the pieces. He puts the arms down. He's walked a little bit away from the blacksmith, and he's just put them down for a sec to kind of write everything down. Right, 25 gold.
Give me a dex save.
Gold. Okay. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Oh, dex save. Whoops, that's the dex check. Sure. 10.
All right, you feel 3 children. One is a mouse, one is a squirrel, and there is a bird rush past you. And as they run past, they knock you in such a way that you spin on your feet in a circle.
Whoa!
Hey,
Hey!
mister!
Watch it! Jeez.
We'll be safer next time.
Sure. Yeah, puffs. Keeps riding down. Alright, so I got 5 metal pieces covering torso. Alright, well, we need more, but for now, Scrappy's gonna pick up all that stuff and bring it back to the shop and place it all down on his table.
Okay. What now?
He grabs his sign that's hanging from the store that says open and just swings it around to closed. And he's gonna go searching out for more metal, see if there's another blacksmith nearby in town.
There's not another blacksmith in town. This is the only one. Your town is not that large. In fact, why don't we pull up the picture of Meadowfen that we have?
Sure.
So this village is not a very large village. There is the blacksmith. There's also a leather tannery close by. You could also try maybe the general store to see what they have in stock. And on screen, you can see the town that you call home.
Oh, okay, gotcha this. Alright. Gotcha.
You see that little yellow tent there?
Mm.
That's yours.
Okay.
In fact, don't we have a picture of Scrappy working in his tent?
Yep, should it earlier. Pull it back up now then.
Yeah, I saw it earlier. It's a good one.
All right, so you close your tent, you put your close sign. Where are we heading to?
General store.
Great. You make your way into the general store. As you swing open the door, you hear the little bell go ding ding. And behind the little shop table, you see a white dove standing back there. She's got a sun hat on with a daisy in it. Oh, hi, Scrappy. How you doing?
Yeah, doing good. How about you?
Well enough. You know how business is. What can I get for you?
Well, blacksmith is out of metal. I already bought all his metal that he could toss over. I'm looking to get a little bit more armor. Or, sorry, more metal for some armor.
Metal. Let's see. And she comes around the table and she walks over to some bins and shelves. You see her dig through. Well, I do have this kettle right here, and she sets that down. Let's see. Here's some forks. Since you're saying armor, maybe some of these ceramic plates could help. And you might need maybe some leather. I have this really nice leather boots that you might be able to use.
That's not a bad idea. How much for the boots?
The boots are 5 gold.
Okay, it's fair enough. I'll take boots, and you'll toss over 5 coins.
Great, and she'll hand you the boots.
How
Do you
about
want
that? Yep. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
For the kettle, if you take all of this together, I could make you a special deal. I'll let it all go for 15 gold. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks at his paper, and he has like all these written down as he's writing down. -5. Okay. 15 it is.
Excellent. Do you want me to wrap it up for you?
Oh, yes, please. It's gonna be a little bit of a carry.
Wonderful. She'll pick all of it up and set it on the table, and she pulls out a roundish looking box that has bows attached to it, and she's gonna load it all in with tissue paper, put the lid on, and hand it to you. There you go, Mr. Scrappy. I hope you have a good day.
Thank you. And he's like balancing back and forth, and then gets his balance and starts walking out the door.
Excellent. All right. So do you go back to your tent?
Yep. Back to the tent.
Great.
Is
Are
it
you
drop
gonna...
materials? Oops, sorry.
Do you feel like you have enough to get started?
Mm-mm.
Nope. Okay, we're next.
Just gotta, let's say, write down what I've gotten. So I've got leather boots. Then I've got 5 metal pieces. So I'm trying to keep track of everything.
Yeah, that's fine.
Then I've got ceramic plates. And how much leather did I get?
You got the boots. The boots are leather, and then
Okay.
you got some silverware that's made out of metal, specifically forks. You got quite a few ceramic plates, and then of course you have your 5 metal pieces.
Okay, so I
And the
got
cauldron.
silverware.
Don't forget your pot, your cauldron pot. That's a pretty
Oh, okay.
decent amount of metal in there.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a kettle before.
So you can call them a cauldron or you can call them a kettle. They're still like kind of the same thing. It's not a tea kettle. It's like a cooking pot.
Oh, okay.
So
Gotcha.
decent size.
Cooking pot. There. Cover about my head. He'll try and like pick it up, put it over his head.
Yeah, I'd say you could probably
Right.
fit it over your head.
Good helmet. And then he'll pull that back down, sort into a pile, and look around his shop this time. See if he has any scraps left over. He's gonna scrounge his own shop.
Okay. Why don't you give me a fate roll? Roll me a D100.
D100. Zoop. 3.
Okay. I was gonna do odds and evens, so you definitely have some metal. And go ahead and roll me a D20.
D20. Zoop. 15.
You find 15 pieces of metal.
This might be enough. Pieces of metal. Cool. Well, armor ain't really good when it's just metal. Need some under bits, keep yourself comfortable. Maybe saying to himself. He turns around.
Okay.
He's going to head out to the local textiles person.
Great. You make your way over to what looks like a textile shop. It's pretty close to the water. So as you go in, you find I'm trying to think of a fun. You find a deer behind there, and they're sitting at a loom, currently pushing the threads up and running through them to make a cloth.
He's going to have a look in the store before, saying anything. He just looks around.
Bolts of fabric are just lining the walls here. Most of it looks really practical. There's a lot of canvas. But you also find a couple of bolts of decorative fabric, some that you might find for women's dresses. There is definitely a couple quilts, things like that.
And sorry, it was a deer, was it? Behind the counter?
It's a deer person.
Servant.
I dare you to say, oh dear.
Oh dear!
Oh my. He looks at the textiles. This is pretty good feeling. And he's feeling one of them up.
Oh, I'm so glad you like my fabrics. How
They are
may I assist
pretty
you?
good.
Why,
I need a
thank
little
you.
bit of fabric for some armor. About this yay high, and he tries to estimate the 5 feet, but he's on his tippy toes. Probably a roll of it, whatever it is. I'm trying to figure out what leather or fabric I can use. It's for fireproofing.
Fireproofing. You want to fireproof armor. So will my fabric be the armor, or is it going to be...
The underbit. It's for the wearer. Instead of just being pure armor, it needs a underlayer for the cushioning.
Comfort and backstop all in one. So you're looking for fireproof fabric. Well, a lot of my reds are quite good for that, and I've got a leather red over here, like a red leather from, well, we're not going to talk about where that's from, actually. But...
Fair enough. Keep your secrets.
oh,
He's gonna laugh a little bit.
yes. I could part with this for, well, 5 gold pieces, I believe, and that should make your wear very comfortable.
He's gonna have a look at it. How big is it?
It's like a, so if you kind of like took leather with like the hide of an animal and you like stretched it over, it's like a 6 foot by like 2 foot, part of the ball. It's about like that.
So 6 feet by 2 feet is what he's saying.
Yeah, specifically.
Okay, that should be enough. Alright, I'll take it. 5 gold.
Oh, thank you very much. And if you'd like any other of my fabrics, just come back by.
Thank you very much. I didn't catch your name. What was it again? Sorry.
I am Sylvan. Sylvan,
Sylvan?
The fabric smith.
Thank you.
What
I'll
the
be
fuck
coming
was
back
that?
You have a good day, Scrappy one.
See ya. And he's gonna exit the store with the stuff. Oh my! He goes back to the pizza store.
Okay, so you go back to your stall. Do you think you have everything? Are you ready to get started?
11, 6 by 6 by 3. Yep, I think that's enough.
Excellent. You have meticulously set up your materials and tools in your stall so that everything has a place. You're going to clear off your bench top and prepare to get started. You remember the core tenet of Mapach Scroungecraft. Make it good enough quickly, then when it's good enough, slow down and make it a masterpiece. How are you going to use your principles of Scroungecraft to take these materials and make a rough suit of armor?
Yes. So sorry again, how I'm going to be using the tools.
Yeah, so if you remember as a Mapach, one of your species abilities is Scroungecraft, right? And so you're going to kind of look like this is a little bit more extensive than normal Scroungecraft would be, right? We'll kind of walk through how that works, but we're looking for you to use the principles of how Scroungecraft works to describe to us how you're going to do this. And kind of what was put forward to you just now was the idea that Mapachs have kind of this tenet for how Scroungecraft is, which is make it good enough quickly, then when it is good enough, slow down and make it a masterpiece. And if you remember from reading about Scroungecraft, you know there are two things you could do with Scroungecraft, right? You can make something in 10 minutes that will fall apart in an hour, but then once you've done that, you can also take 8 hours to make something that will last indefinitely, right? So do you kind of get how that maps?
It does say so long as you start this process before the item falls apart. Okay. Alright, so I just have to do the quick, then quickly put it as a permanent. Okay. Alright.
Yeah, so at the
You'll
moment,
get
if
the
you
work.
want to do the quick, we only need to go through the quick part, if that makes sense for now.
Oh yeah, I'll start on the quick part. We'll start with the chest piece.
Great.
You'll get those 5 pieces of metal. He's gonna put them into the crucible, start melting that down. He's gonna add a little bit of the spoons in there, the silverware, to get a little bit more cohesion. Then he's going to scoop up the top bit, get this little bit of the what's it called again? The little top bit of the crucible or the metal. I forgot what it's called. I just had it in my head.
I'm struggling to pull it too.
I am as well.
The skim of it, I guess.
Handle.
Skim of it.
Like the metal, the molten metal. Any impurities usually float up to the surface and skim it off. You chuck it
Yeah,
off.
what is
Slag.
that word?
Slag.
There it goes.
Yep,
Very nice.
there it is. Then scoop up the slag, and kind of just chuck it into a bucket nearby. Like quickly, you just hear it go. Toom!
So
And
as the slag comes up, and this is a lot of metal, this is a more extensive
Mhm.
project than you're used to working with. Go ahead and give me a dex saving throw.
Yep. Whoa, I thought that was a 1. 9.
Alright.
Ooh.
That is just good enough. As you try to, you get all the metal in there, and the slag starts coming up, and your hand is resting a little bit too close as it starts bubbling over, and you pull it away just in time.
That was close. He's gonna walk over while the metal is still melting, or like still coagulating, doing all that stuff. He's gonna go over to his little wooden box. It's empty at the moment, so he's need to grab a bunch of sand. Could we say as a fate roll if I have sand or not?
Actually think because you work with these tools all the time. This is your shop stool. So you would have a lot of these tools to do things just on hand. So I think you have sand.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's gonna get the sand with his with like a little scraper tool, like an artisan tool for like painting. It's like a metal triangle. He's just gonna scoop out some of the sand, mold the shape of an armor piece as large as he can. That way he can bend it down and shave off metal if he needs to fit it. He's gonna make one half on one of the wooden boxes and the other half on the other box, reversing the image.
Excellent. Now, with all this work that you're doing, are you doing a fast scrounge craft or are you going to do the full dedicated amount of time?
8 hours. I think we'll do the full dedicated time to make it so that piece is fully like one whole thing, like good quality, and won't fall apart within an hour. So I
Excellent.
think it'll take more than 1 hour to do it anyways as a scrap.
Perfect. Make me a performance check. You're going to use your dexterity modifier.
So how would I roll that?
Yeah, so for that, what you're looking at is you'd make a dexterity check, and then you're going to look at your performance ability and see if you have proficiency in it or not.
I do not.
Okay, so it'll just be a straight up dexterity check then.
Yep, 14.
Yeah, 14 is pretty solid.
Yep. So you push your stool back and climb back to see your your finished piece. You cock your head to the side and the armor draped over your bench looks like it could fit Lyndon.
Yep, that's good enough. He's getting could we say after the metal piece is cooled down and he starts attaching the leather?
Sure. You can decorate it. You can make it however you'd like.
Yep. So he's going to attach on the red leather that he had before. So trying to hear it with the like natural tree sap he has lying around in a little bottle. He's going to attach it to the armor. He's going to do a small test on it. He's going to get a tinderbox, like test the metal side, see how the heat transfers through with the leather, see how it feels.
Yeah, it looks solid. You can kind of tell there are places where, sure, it could be better, but you think that this could work pretty well, and you're not sure if anybody else could make it better anyway, so you're pretty happy with it.
Right, good enough. And
All
he
right.
puts it off to the side, hangs it up to dry with the glue, with the leather, and he's going to continue and make the, what would you call it, the forearm or the arm? I'll just say the arm pieces now.
The greaves usually, yeah, that could make sense.
Let's see. Just looking at what I have. I have 15 metal pieces as well. So, so okay, we use 7 pieces for each arm, 7 metal pieces, and we're going to. What would you make an armor piece like that. Be a clasp, like a cylinder. How big was his arms? Were they beefy or skinny? Oh wait, he's a
bird, so they're feathery, actually.
Yeah, he's got some feathers, but the feathers will like fall into the armor, so they'll kind of like wrap around. So if you, but now birds do have now bird folk, I really should say, have like lighter bones than average. So it won't be, you know, you kind of a little bit like scrawnier on the arms. He's got talons instead of hands, and those are also a little bit like thinner. So, but the feathers are
lightweight.
Yeah, well, I mean, it could be. He's still pretty strong, right? So as a raptor, he's one of the stronger flavors of bird folk, so to speak. There's one other subclass of bird folks that are a little bit beefier, which we'll get to later. But he, you know, he's up there, so he could probably handle a decent amount of weight. But you want to leave a little bit of room, like you don't want it to fit perfectly in his arms because you want the feathers to be able to wrap around, and they'll also provide some cushion for him as well, on top of what you provide him.
Yeah, with that consideration in mind, he's going to first start with the leather, get the leather into a cylinder, then cut out the bits. So he kind of just makes a long cylinder. That's what he's going to do with the leather, stitch it up, glue it together, and then what he's going to do is cut at the elbow point, so about halfway point. So cut like a V shape. That way the arm can bend and move. We're going to add a little bit more excess to the back, and so that we can have cushioning as well as allow the feathers to kind of fold into that place. Then on top of that leather, he's going to attach the armor. So the metal pieces he's going to melt again, get the skin. Then he's going to make a mold in the sand, a cylinder going downwards. He's going to pour the metal in, cure it, and he's going to hammer it down to smooth it out. Then shave off the metal, sleeve it over the leather, then adhere it with glue, adhesion, all that stuff. And then once that's all done, he pretty much spend the 8 hours making this armor piece.
Great. Go ahead and roll me a d4. We're going to add that to your performance modifier.
Right, D4. So.
And this is because you've been adding all of these extra things, to be clear.
Yeah.
And what was the D4 you said?
Yep, just
Yep.
a regular D4.
Yep. 6 in total.
How do we get 6?
You should only have a +4. So it's for your performance roll before was a 14.
Oh, we're going off that.
So just roll me a d4 and then let me know. Oh, it looks
okay.
like I can see you rolled a 2.
Yeah, we'll take the 2.
Yeah.
So you rolled a 16.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. We're going to do a little bit of a time skip. 3 weeks later, Lyndon shows back up to pick up his armor.
Wait, 3 weeks? I thought it was 2 weeks.
That was 3 weeks, so that's okay.
Yeah, he promised he'd be back in a few weeks there. And
Okay.
so you'll see a raptor walk back up to your shop who looks like that. And he's going to walk up to you once he has your attention. Well, thank you so kindly, very kindly, Mr. Boy.
It's no worries, no worries.
Well, this is looking excellent. Here's your final payment, as agreed upon.
He's
And-
going to take the bag.
You take that bag, you feel the weight of 100 coins in your hand. They clink together so nice.
He gets a little itch in his mind to open up the bag.
Sure, you open it up.
And open. Gold pieces.
Gold pieces,
He's
as
going to
far
grab
as
one
you
of
know.
them and try and bite down on it and pull it down. To test
a little
its
rude.
purity.
It is very rude.
Oh, that's
Alright, mister, I had some things in the past.
well, I guess that's all right. As long as the armor's good, just don't try to eat the coins.
Oh, I'm not trying to eat it. It's how he tests its purity. And he does it. It's gold.
Roll me insight.
Alright, inside. Where is it? Where is inside?
Hi, Hazel.
Hazel!
Well, honey, huh?
8.
Number 6.
Hey, as far as you know, they're gold.
Alright, all good, mister. And he puts the coin back in, satchels it up, puts in the drawer. Enjoy a piece of armor. We'll keep you protected.
Well, thank you again, and certainly hope the aviary's gold is good enough for you. But all right, well, I'm off. I got things to
See ya.
find and places to catalog. And he'll
Good luck.
take the armor and he'll walk off into the distance.
And with that, we're going to cut over to Jasper.
Yay.
We push in on a small stilted house. Its wooden slatted exterior has faded from years of sun. Dust-coated diamond-paned windows warble in the light from inside. A stone chimney juts out, puffing out smoke scented with the aroma of roasting nuts. The slate roof itself is unusually bright, painted a cheerful teal color, and the paint is peeling and chipping off in some places. Above its worn door swings a sign of a tankard with porcupine quills blasting outward. The words, "The Quilled Tankard Pub House," are affixed above the door in brass letters. Inside, the pub house is buzzing. A male porcupine with a warm smile stands cleaning a glass plate. Patrons are scattered around, filling themselves with a hearty breakfast. The walls are affixed with curious artworks and trinkets, matching the eclectic collection of bottles behind the bar itself. Up on the staircase, we find you, Jasper Honeybrook, waking from your sleep. Your bed is simple, wooden, but with a down mattress and comforter, leaving you feeling well rested and cozy. The room is painted a lovely shade of deep green. How do you begin your morning?
Well, where am I?
You are in this inn. You've woken up. We'll go into more about exactly where you are as we go forward.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna go downstairs. I don't think am I intending to do work at this juncture, or am I just relaxing?
At this very moment, you're just relaxing.
Okay, then I will probably, you said I'm on stairs, so I'm probably just going to go downstairs and see what the scene's like.
Excellent. You make your way down the stairs, each one creaking with each step, and as you reach the bottom, you see an eclectic assortment, mostly of birds, which is a little surprising. There is a couple of lizard people. You definitely see the porcupine barkeeper behind the tavern. It looks really warm and cozy and inviting. You see these massive plates of food in front of these patrons, and they look very happy to scarf it down. There is an empty table right near the fireplace, and there is a menu sitting on that tabletop. You see the barkeep call out to you.
Okay.
Good morning there.
Why, good morning. Appears as though I may have slept in a little bit later than I had intended to. I'm gonna approach.
Well, I take that as a mighty good recommendation for our bedding.
Yes, you could say that. I am most satisfied with the room. Your accommodations are up to par, as we say.
Well, thank you very
Are there
much.
seats at the bar?
Say that one more time.
Are there seats at the bar?
Oh, yes, there are seats at the bar if you'd like to take one there.
Yeah, I want to sit at the bar.
Well, what can I do for you?
I would like a nice, tall glass of lemonade.
Certainly. Would you also like to look at a food menu as well?
Not at this juncture, but I may be open to the idea in the very near future.
That sounds fine by me. And he'll turn around and grab a mug, and he'll put it under a tap, and you'll see a yellowy liquid come out. It's a little bit pulpy, and he'll slide it over to you.
Lemonade on tap. In all my years. I'll give it a stir with my finger before giving it a taste. What's it like?
Give me a perception check.
Okay. That's an 8.
Great. With an 8, you realize that the lemonade is a little bit thicker than you've usually seen it, and when you drink down the liquid, it's sweet, but it's a different kind of sweet than you're used to. You can't quite put your finger on why it's different, but you like it.
All right. So that's not bad. That's a nice glass of lemonade. Thank you, kind. I'm sorry I didn't get your name. I don't sit here and call you a barkeep.
Well, I'm a Spike. I run the cool tankard here.
Spike. That is a very fitting moniker. You have a very fine establishment here, Spike.
Well, thanking you kindly. Hey, we do our best here.
As you're sitting here enjoying your lemonade, you are reminded that you have a letter in your pocket that has been brought with you.
Excellent. Well, I'll reach into my jacket pocket and let's have a look.
Great. We're going to put that up on screen, and then Terran's also going to send it to you so you can read it and keep it.
All right, let's see here.
It's
Pleasant
coming.
greetings, Honorable Jasper Honeybrook. That's me. Well, that went by a little bit faster than I was expecting, so I'm gonna pull it up on Discord. And it is not currently there.
It's coming.
It has a
There
racoon.
it is. I have found it. This is a mighty long letter. Let's have a look. Pleasant greetings, Honorable Jasper Honeybrook. Why, that's me. Luminary of appraisal and arbiter of authenticity. Well, that is also me. I hope this missive finds you, and I hope you don't mind I'm reading this out loud.
Oh, that's quite fade.
It helps me submit it to my mind vault, if you know what I'm saying.
I do believe I do, I think.
I am but a simple bar now. I always fly with the wind, not against it.
That sounds good to me. And he's gonna like start checking his tap that the lemonade came out of just to make sure everything's looking good there.
I'm gonna. Do I have a straw? No, I don't need a straw. I'll just take a sip. I hope this missive finds you in the most splendid of spirits and amidst a bounty of fascinating curiosities. This is a mighty flowery word.
It sure is.
It is with great excitement and a touch of trepidation that I, Andrews, I'm not even going to try this one. Centaur
Norum.
Norum. Do I know this name?
Give me a
No.
history roll.
Okay. It's 17.
17, you think you've heard of them before. You've never met them personally, but you've heard some musings here and there. The sort of circle you run in, especially with trying to find old works of art and antiquity, is not that large, and so most of you have heard of each other.
Okay. Can I put a species to the name? It's okay if I can. It's just a question.
You think you recall with the 17, you think you recall mentions that they appear to be a deer, a cervid.
Okay. Andrews Santanorum reach out to you from the quaint yet enigmatic town of Barrow. My apologies, his handwriting is quite atrocious. Our humble abode has recently been graced with the discovery of a collection of paintings. I'm slipping into to Steelwell. Each of one of a potential masterpiece shrouded in mystery. These works, unearthed from the very soil that cradles our town. This is interesting. How does one find random pieces of art? Whisper tales, good lord, whisper tales of forgotten artists in a time, I don't know how the order of these in, before the great calamity. And yet their true nature eludes us, like mist slipping through eager fingers. It is in this moment of wonderment and uncertainty that I find myself in dire need of your unparalleled expertise. Now this gentleman speaks way too highly of it. Your reputation as a discerner of the genuine from the fraudulent and as a maestro of market valuation, precedes you like fanfare of trumpets, heralding a king. Good lord. This stinks to high heaven of someone. What do you make of this, Spike? These are words that I scarcely have read before.
Well, it sounds to me like someone's got a real high researcher situation going on, like those high mighty, from the AVM or something like that.
You hear a bird person from across the room. Hey, don't disrespect us!
Oh no, now no disrespect to you over there. Do you come to us from the AVM today?
What?
Well, I believe you have your answers, Spike. Perhaps keep your tone under a little lower cap.
Oh.
I humbly beseech you to grace us with your presence here in Ashbarrow. Your keen eye and wealth of knowledge will be invaluable to unraveling the enigma of these paintings' authenticity and likely species of origin. Should you find it within your heart to oblige my heart, what do my feelings have to do with words?
I put my heart and soul into everything I do here at the bar.
Well, there's a certain conflict of interest between the heart and mind, you see. But when you separate your heart from matters that you put your calculations into, you come out with, it is true, a less than spicy glass lemonade, for instance. But when you enter your heart into the mix, then you swing wildly both ways.
Well, I can tell you that every one of Spike's bag of salads definitely comes from my heart.
I can tell that of you, Spike. Really, I can. You are a humble barkeep. Not humble. Do not misunderstand that. That was wow. I am tripping over my own tongue here.
That'd be okay. I'm a humble folk. There's no harm in that.
Well, no, that's what I intended to say, but, well, you can't plow a field just by turning it over in your mind. I implore you to make your way to our town's crown jewel, the Watchtower. Well, that's not ominous at all. Upon arrival, kindly present this letter to the vigilant militia. This is getting better and better the farther I go, Spike. At the main entrance, and request an audience with myself, Andrews here we are again, Santanorum. Well, hello, Hazel. I shall be waiting with bated breath, ready to unveil to you the treasure. I respect for your prompt attention to this matter. I am prepared to offer 200 GIP for your honorable and honest services in this matter. Tell me, Spike, how much is this lemonade?
You see, Spike has left the bar at the moment. He heard that an Alluran needed some milk, so he filled up a little jug with some milk, and he brought it over to the Alluran, a couple of tables away from the bar. And
it appears as though I have been talking to myself.
Don't worry, I heard everything you said. He finishes giving the Alluran the milk and comes back.
Oh, there's no rush here, Spike. I was merely using you as a sounding board, my friend.
Oh, well, don't think anything of it.
Right, so, the price of this lemonade, if you don't mind.
The lemonade, that's just 1 gold piece.
So gold pieces are the required currency of choice.
I'm open to alternative options if you got some.
No, gold will do just fine. How much do I have? About 5?
Usually you'd start with 10.
I have 5 and beyond.
Okay, did you take like an item set that gave you less
Just
gold?
give yourself 10,
just go
because
for 10.
that's what we price things based off of.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna give myself 9. Well, here you are, Spike, and I'll hand him a gold piece.
Oh, thank you kindly.
Absentmindedly, I eagerly await your response, hoping that the allure of mystery and the call of discovery will guide your steps to our doors. Well, Mr. Andrews Centenorum. Oh, I see you've signed it. Okay. And larger than the rest. Alright, well, this tells me a little bit about your character that I wouldn't get from speaking. With the utmost respect and admiration, he probably had this dictated. Well, I suppose I should mosey on over and see what the good Centenorum has in store for me.
Well, I
Excellent.
can't rightly let you leave on an empty stomach, can I?
Are you prepared to foreceive me?
I can't really be forcing any food on patrons who don't want any, but I can certainly point out that you have just some lemonade. You've, by your own admission, you slept in, eh?
It would appear as though you have a certain truth about your words. So, alright, I will humor you in the consumption of your local cuisine. A menu, if you do not mind, sir.
Absolutely. And he'll get out a menu from behind the bar counter, and he will toss it over to you. It is going
Throwing
to
it at me?
look like- Well, I mean, he's gonna like slide it, you know, like gently, and he's gonna like.
I handed him a coin and he's throwing a menu at me. I'll take it from him.
Excellent, and you're going to see the menu on screen now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Did we actually make a menu? Yes.
I kind of figured, so I said, alright, I'll bite. Well, Spike, you have any recommendations?
Well,
It's an excellently penned menu, might I add.
oh well, thank you. That goes to my lovely assistant back there. She has done an amazing job for all of my needs, including well, just about everything here. Well, as far as my recommendations go, the mystery stew is, of course, the chef's special today. But yeah, personally, I'm obviously partial to my spiky salad, which I put everything into myself, heart and soul. And you know, for the supper, if you're so inclined, I might recommend the prickly pumpkin pasta.
Are you beginning the supper hour already?
I'll do supper whatever you want. It's just about how hungry you are.
I believe I will sample some of your brittleback sandwich.
Oh, perfect. The bristleback. I'll get it all ready for you. You'll
Oh, that's an S. I apologize.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I got exactly what you want. I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
All right, and while he does that, we're going to briefly slide right on back over to Scrappy Boy. Scrappy, you receive a letter from Lyndon. And we're going to go ahead and put that up there and send you a copy of it. And then we'll flip back over to Jasper. As soon as our DM gets
DM is juggling a lot of things. Sorry.
I feel it. I feel it.
all right. Scrappy, you want to read us your letter out loud? Scrappy?
Pay attention,
Scrappy.
Scrappy.
Oh, that real quick. Hello. Alright.
Hello. You want to read us your letter out loud?
I love this stamp.
Good
Yeah,
day,
the stamp.
boy.
Yeah.
Hammer has succeeded in helping me to go deeper into scored. Scored grove, yeah. Than I ever have before. Oh my. Hey, my man.
I feel you, really, I do.
Where do you go?
A voice in your head that you've never heard before just appears suddenly, and you wonder how it could happen. Actually, I might have an explanation for that, weirdly enough, so that could begin.
Didn't manage to keep quite all the fire out though, and I did find myself somewhat burned. As an honorable and
enterprise and
I'm
I'm sorry.
I was hoping you might stand behind your work if you could come to me and ask for at your earliest convenience. I hope my exam hours and make any fixes and improvements necessary to help me avoid major stress to the character here. Deepest gratitude and Lennon. Oh wait, deepest gratitude, Lennon Roxbarrow. That's how you spell it. And he goes, grabs the paper and rewrites it down.
DMs aren't dying right now. It's okay.
All right.
Actually, this DM would like to take 1 second to sincerely apologize for doxing Mr. Scrappy Boi on Twitch. We apologize for that. Please do not send hate mail to Mr. Scrappy Boi at 125 Willow Way, Metafen, Humblewood. He will not appreciate it. The Perch Guard might investigate it. Be careful. Stuff happens to people who send hate mail.
I hope y'all appreciate that I made all of these.
They're incredible.
Yeah.
Very good.
And there's several other versions depending on how well you rolled. So I made multiple.
Oh my lord.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. We flip back over to Jasper. Jasper, you have now this salad set in front of you.
I have sandwich.
Sandwich set in front of you, excuse me. And so it's plated rustically but nicely, and it looks very, very appetizing. Darren, do you want to read the description of the sandwich?
Yeah, sure. I will read this. So the bristleback sandwich, which cost 2 gold pieces, it's a slow roasted crickets. It's got, it's pressed with rice and black bean into a patty, and it's topped with crunchy apple slaw. Also served with barbecue sauce on the side. It's a protein-heavy delight.
All right. I'm assuming you eat it.
Now, Spike, I don't suppose I could add a little something to this sandwich.
Oh, well, what might you want to be adding?
Do you happen to have any pickled cucumbers?
Pickled cucumbers? Well, give me 1 second to find out. And he's going to make a fate roll on his side, so we enable the... Let me fix...
I await with bated breath.
Let me fix how this shows, and then use some new functionality from D&D Beyond. And 32. Aw, he doesn't have it. Well, I thought I did just the other day, but I don't seem to have it anymore. Is there is it pickled? Let me see what else I got for you. See if I can help.
That's
you
quite all right, Spike. I feel like you've done quite enough. I was looking for a little bit of that wet crunch. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean now. What about pickled vegetables? I could give you some from what I'd usually use for the hedge's handful.
That's quite all right. I will make do with what this is. I will enjoy it as sure as the sun rises.
Oh,
And I will fist it into my mouth.
thank you kindly. It's the highest honor I could hope for.
As you finish down your sandwich, you feel especially energized. You may add a D4 to one of your rolls in the future.
Cool.
All right. Now, what do you do now?
Suppose I better make my way on over to the barrow. Do I have any supplies upstairs I need to gather?
You have your work bag if you want to grab that with you. You only paid to stay this night. You haven't bought a next night yet.
Okay.
So you may want to bring your personal belongings.
So I'll head on upstairs and I will survey the room. I'll collect my things. I'll pick up the cane that doubles as my weapon. And I probably have like a leather bound folding case, probably for documents and stuff like that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I guess we'll start heading on over to he wanted to call it Arrow Barrow, and that's not it. What is it?
So you're
Ash Barrow,
Ashbarrow. Okay.
Yeah.
which the city is now on screen. You are in the back, and so you are walking
Oh, I'm
forward
in
to that.
Ashbarrow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to go to the tower then.
Correct.
All right.
The watchtower is a sturdy stone structure with a distinct teal-tinted glass dome. No other structure comes close in terms of height. Despite its enormity, age has taken a toll on it. It is rough and worn in many places, and there is glimpses of paint that was applied a long time ago, but the ash winds have scorched away most of it, leaving only a little bit of remnant. You make your way around to the side opposite the pub house, and as you walk to the front of the tower, you see a squat raptor holding a spear. You then see two heavy rounded wooden doors right behind him.
Well, good morning, or I suppose probably closer to afternoon at this point.
What's good?
That was
What
a
can I do
little
for
too
you?
high pitched. Your mic did not pick that up.
Oh, yeah, no,
I
it's
have official business. I didn't write any of that down. Son of a gun.
We have the whole letter.
I have official business. I'm clicking back to it now. With a Mr. J. Andrews Santanorum.
The researcher? Absolutely.
Yes, he sent me this letter.
Well, he's up at the top. And he'll open the door for you. Make sure to watch your steps. Some of the stairs are kind of cripply.
Well, that doesn't sound very safe. Is there no restoration work to be done?
It's hard to have work with the fire so close by.
Well, see, now that's information I wish I had before I asked you a silly question. I'm
Not
going
a
to see
silly
myself
question.
up.
So the raptor will pull out a key and unlock one of the doors, and he beckons you to enter.
I do the thing.
You enter into a high-ceilinged stone hallway. There are heavy reinforced doors on the left and right sides of it. You're gonna look straight ahead, and you see the entry to a stone spiral staircase. He'll gesture that is the way that you need to go before closing the door and leaving you in here alone. Firefly lanterns and rusted sconces light the way up, which sort of highlight a lot of faded frescoes that are on the outer walls of this stairway.
Cool. Let's ascend. Clicking my cane as I go.
Excellent. As you go up, you notice that these frescoes continue all the way up and around with you. But at this point, they are very faded. So instead of vibrant tones, they're soft, velveteen, and delicate. Almost as if you breathed too hard, that it would throw the colors into the wind and be lost forever.
That is well, at least it once was a very pretty mural. Can I tell what it was of?
Sure. If you roll me investigation, you can learn more about it. Or if you want to roll me perception, we'll see how much of it you can see.
I got a 16 investigation.
Excellent. Careful inspection of these frescoes show the god Ardea sowing seeds of life into verdant forests, which you can assume was what was around this city before these fires started. Another god, Gesme, carries a flaming oak branch away from a forest fire. Another god, Kareth, stands in front of a white sun resplendent with flowers and vines. And finally, the god Titan hovers in a night sky with constellations wrapping all around him.
Well,
Yeah.
all right.
You'll see kind of like a higher color version of the Ardea fresco on the screen now. It's kind of the way that Jasper would see this, kind of like seeing into what it would have looked like before it became faded over time.
I don't remember if we got the other ones.
No, we just have a picture of this to give an idea of what the frescoes were like.
All right. You get to the top and you slow to a stop towards a wooden door. It's shut and has like a, one of those knockers, the ringed knockers on it.
Yeah. I will straighten up my suit jacket, twist my hat around so the feathers pointing in the right direction, and give it a knock.
Excellent. As you knock, it seems like the door opens on its own, inviting you to come inside.
I'm gonna call out, Mr. Andrew Wyth.
Well, I haven't quite been cold, I thought, but Andreas, are you who I've been waiting for?
Oh yes, my name is Jasper Honeybrook. I believe you sent for me.
Jasper! Indeed I did. I'm so glad that you are here. Welcome, welcome. Please, make yourself comfortable. And
Oh, all right, if you insist.
as you walk in, you'll see in front of you Servan, as expected from what your recollection earlier. And yeah, I was going to...
I'll read the description. From their forehead, a pair of antlers extend gracefully, and all around its head is adorned with delicate white blossoms that contrast against his dark antlers and soft brown fur. His eyes are kind and intelligent, observing you with a hint of curiosity. They wear a cozy scarf around their neck. The stag's shoulders are draped in garments that blend in with their fur, reminding you of garb that is preferred by the tenders. He's gonna motion you towards a night sky blue velvet pillow resting on a burlap blanket.
I see you did not skimp on the furniture.
No, not at all. Not for my guests would I skimp ever, especially not for one of your honorable stature. Thank you so much for coming here today. Please sit.
Oh, absolutely. I am happy to lend my services in any way that I can.
You're
I'll
going
sit down.
to... Perfect. You're going to see him turn from you and open a hefty door from a tall, thin oak buffet. One at a time, Andreas is pulling out framed paintings from the cabinet, leaning them upright against the wall. Then he steps aside and gestures towards the paintings.
Here they are.
Excellent.
So the first one is a frog-like rock formation. And
I'm so glad I came in here to sit down, only to immediately stand right back up.
you don't have to stand up yet.
Well, I'm going to approach these paintings. There's no chance I'm not going to.
All right, so the first one is a frog-like rock formation, which is on screen. Terran is also going to post them in the Discord.
Okay.
The next one is a painting of a leaf. And then the last one is more abstract with elemental quadrants.
Can I tell what kind of paint they are?
Give me a perception. Unless you want to investigate closer.
I got a 5.
It's paint.
Cool. Well, these are quite remarkable. Where did you say these came from again?
Oh, but of course, They came from, well, the very soil that's not too far from us. Out in, well, just beyond the walls of Ashmore, a couple miles.
You're telling me these were buried in the ground?
Indeed, and that my friend is where some of my questions come in. I find these quite beautiful. They're clearly the work of a talented artist, or are they? He looks wryly at you.
Do they show any signs of like dirt or wear or aging?
Do you want to roll again?
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'll take
Can I use
active
a
or
passive investigation?
Yeah, I'll take passive investigation.
14.
Yeah, they definitely have some wear and tear. You can tell, especially in the frames, that
Sorry, there's no wear and tear in the frames or the photos. There is some dirt from them being taken out of the dirt. I apologize.
Okay.
so in the frame and each of the cracks and crevices, you can tell that there is definitely dirt residue, and you suspect that this servant has spent a significant amount of time trying to brush the dirt out of it and to get it as like clear as it can be, which I'm going to argue with Terran that does call wear and tear. There is wear and tear.
No, it's a good point. But the 14, I apologize. We gotta work on how to handle some of those. You deceived even the other DM. So you got a little bit more than a 14 there for what you're looking for. But hopefully that makes sense.
Well, they are absolutely striking. They are somewhat soiled, but it appears as though these things could have been painted last week.
That is exactly my concern, but I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? Can I get you some gooseberry tea, pumpkin seeds?
Oh, no, I am quite fine. I have been force-fed and made to drink. I am quite good for the time being.
Oh, that sounds terrible. Who did such a thing to you?
Well, I did technically, but let us not rest on, let's not get tangled up in facts.
Well, I'm quite sorry. I hope that Ashbear gives you much better hospitality than you have there so far. But you're right. They could have been made a week ago, and this comes to my two questions for you. First, if these paintings are real and not forgeries, are they from hundreds of years ago? Why are they in pristine condition? They're run over with a plow, literally, and then dug up out of the dirt by a couple of charming farmers a couple miles from here. And second, if these paintings are real, what species would the artist have been? And he's going to hold up a hand as soon as he finishes asking a second question, indicate that he's got more. I ask much, but I have given you very little. Take your time. Please feel free to more closely inspect these paintings, and should you wish, I can give you directions to the farm where these were found. Perhaps the soil may speak to you. I only require these answers before sunset, so please work your luminous process.
Well, of course, the process of appraisal takes, well, in the case of such a rare paintings as these, could probably take a lot longer than normal, but it is not a quick process. This is very intriguing. I should like to see where they came from, although I don't suspect it's particularly... I have a loss of vocabulary. I think I may have had some bad lemonade.
I'm so sorry. I hope that's not a euphemism. Are you sure that I can't offer you some tea? Gooseberry is quite good this time of year.
How about some water?
Water, of course. And he'll turn around and he's got like a keg of water, honestly, with a tap. And he's going to open a different buffet, another thin oaken buffet, and he's going to pull out a very nice, delicate ceramic black mug, and he's going to fill it up. And do you like any floral or herbal hints to your water?
Well, no, I'd like to not upset my innards any more than they have already been. Although I do appreciate the sentiment, I am quite fond of liquid additives, as it were.
Well, very well then. And he'll hand you the water after, like, going to open another cabinet and deciding not to.
I'll drink some of it.
I hope that helps.
They were found in the dirt, run over, possibly. How deep in the dirt were they?
Well, we're not quite sure. I mean, they were not very deep for a plow to hit them, but we suspect they have always been here. Maybe always for some time, so to speak.
What makes you think that they have always been here? That is a really strange thing to think.
Well, the particular farmstead they come from has been run rather diligently for quite some time by a very nice couple of Gallus folk, and before them it was run as well, and this is the first time that a plow has uncovered such a thing, so it either needed to be planted or perhaps the soil has become disturbed in a way and it's risen towards the top. The winds have been more active and ashier lately. The fire has been a little bit harsher all around. We think it might be connected, possibly, but we're not sure. And that's what I, in particular, need to know and need your help with to be sure if these are old or new.
I want to roll insight. I don't think he's lying to me, but I do think that there might be a little bit more here than what he's letting on.
Sure. Do you want to use your passive, or you say you're going to roll it?
Yeah, it's not very good, so never mind.
What is it? You might get something.
I rolled a 4.
With a 4, you definitely think he's being honest, though your gut instinct still says he's holding something back, because that is a valid emotion.
You understand my trepidation in all this. It's
Of course.
my gut instinct would have told me that maybe they fell out of a cart somewhere, or maybe someone came to hide them. They are very beautiful pieces, and they are probably worth quite a large amount of gold. Real? Well, it's real paint, I can promise you that. I would like to try to cross-reference this with maybe some sort of to tell whether or not I know of a painter who does this kind of style, or whether I can tell either that, or if I can tell if it was, since there's 3 paintings and they all look very different, maybe it was 3 different people. I don't even know who, I just need to know whether or not that they were either done by one person or multiple, or if I recognize the style. That's what I'm looking for.
What do you think would work to do that?
I can't get past investigation unless you want me to do history.
You can do history. You could do.
I think insight would be okay.
Yeah, insight would be fine.
Let's try insight. I have proficiency with insight. Good lord, 8.
Remember, you still have a D4 you could add if you want to.
I think this is important. Yeah, let me do another D4. Roll D4. 10.
So with a 10, you examine these paintings. You get really, really close to them, right? And one of the first things, because this is your wheelhouse. This is your job. And so as you're looking at them, it strikes you that the brushstrokes all go in the same direction, and they have very similar weights to them. You also notice that the dryness of the pigments and the amount of vibrancy in them is the same. So with these 2 things, you believe that these paintings are in fact done by the same person or entity,
Within
And
the same amount of time.
yes, in a similar time frame.
Well, if you look here closely at each of these paintings, they are different styles. However, this is done by the same brush. This was done by a single individual, and it looks as though the wear and or lack thereof in this case appears as though they were done in roughly the same time.
Huh. This individual really has created a breadth of work. Well, that's an excellent finding. Do you have any clue yet of what species you think they might be or might have been?
Well, I will. Allow me a moment to conceptualize a phrase for you. Art is subjective. You know this. I don't find it any more unlikely that a mouse painted this than a raptor, or who knows, a hedge could have had their handiwork here. Generally, when you're dealing with a feathered race, inevitably the down ends up in the painting. It's just a matter of where and how well you can hide it. And I don't see any evidence of that here.
He's going to point to the frog rock painting that's up at the moment. Look here on the bottom right. Do you see the strokes going upward? Are those the strokes of the same painter, or might those be the quills possibly following along with the artist's brush?
I feel like that's a leading statement and will require a roll.
Yeah, but what do you think? Like, what are you looking for there? Are you like looking for insight on whether he's intentionally leading you, or are you like looking for something different?
Well, are you trying to give me something different?
Oh, I'm literally just playing the character here. This isn't
Oh.
necessarily giving you anything.
Okay. Well, no, they all seem to be heading in the same direction. Are they going bottom to top then?
Say that one more time.
Are the brush strokes going bottom to top?
Brush strokes don't normally work like that.
Right.
But what you've noticed is that they have the same pattern.
I
The
see.
density of the bristle brushes are the same. Even the weight that appears the hand used to make these strokes are similar. And the only reason that you might know this as opposed to other people is because you have spent so many years studying. You can tell this sort of thing. This is not something that a lay person would be able to look at and know. This is something inherent to the fact that you are an expert.
Okay. Well, artists don't generally work in pairs, and they don't usually have someone to do some of the, for lack of better terms, the dirty work. Artists generally like to place their own visions upon the paper and or canvas that they are using. No, I don't believe anyone other than one person did all three of these paintings, and from the looks of things, it was fairly recently. You told me that they were quite durable.
Yeah, well, they've been plowed, they've been dug. The farmers who have managed to very nicely get these to me didn't at first take the most care. That might be the best way I can put it.
It looks like they have been handled with the utmost care. Tell me, permit me an inquiry. They seem to be quite interesting to you specifically. What about them strikes you as worthy of immediate appraisal to the tune of 200 gold pieces?
Well, give me a persuasion roll.
13.
Yeah, that'll do it. Well, I find your argument rather persuasive. Of course, I've asked you all this way, so far from your home. Look at this one in particular. He'll guide you over to the one of the leaf. Jasper, do you recognize the leaf that is depicted here?
Do I recognize the leaf?
Go ahead and roll me nature.
Okay. I believe that is a leaf called Clyde. I don't know his family particularly. I rolled a 6.
Well, your reputation does suggest you have taken some time away from the canopies, and there's nothing wrong with that. As you can see out here, there aren't many canopies for us to climb into, and regardless of all that, I am but a humble servant. This is a skyleaf. It's a very special leaf found in only one part of the Humblewood. And it has...
I know where Skyleaf is from.
And with a roll of we're gonna keep like the nature roll for that one.
Okay.
And no.
I feel like history would be appropriate. He may have heard of it before, even if he can't recognize it.
We can give it a shot, yeah.
You want a history roll?
Yeah.
If you like.
Okay. 16.
Yeah, with the 16, you have heard of it. You know it's from the western area of the, not of like the entirety of Humblewood, but like specifically of what is known as the wood, the dense forest. It is found west of Solareclairart typically. And
Okay.
it grows very high up in the canopies.
Okay.
And so this particular type of leaf tends to have not only symbolic significance, but usage among some of the tenders in particular. And
Used for what?
it has properties that the tenders, as keepers of all the groves, so to speak, tend to be very fond of. They make use of skyleaves as a rare type of flora in various manners, and a lot of those are not known to those outside of the tenders themselves. You've probably seen a tender or two here in your time in Ashbarrow, and you probably know that they are here as part of the mission of trying to keep the Scorched Grove confined to its current boundaries. What I find particularly interesting in all of this is that a picture of a skyleaf is uncovered, and within the past few months, a little bit more than a year, these fires have spread more and more, and the ability of the tenders to keep this in check has waned, it seems, or perhaps they're fighting a greater entity than they realize. And my thought is, why do these just show up now? Could they have always been here? Is there some reason why they might have been uncovered as they are? Or did someone place them here for us to find? And what significance do they have? But to even get to the second question, we must first answer the first. If you catch my drift.
Well, I like your way of thinking. It seems to me that we would likely made to find these items. What do you make of this here frog?
I'll move over to the frog and study it. Well, it's
It's unlike any species I have ever encountered before.
I wonder if it's much about the species, or if it is a species at all. It does seem to be on fire, or near somewhere that is on fire. Not unlike...
It looks as though it is made entirely out of fire.
I suspect there might be answers somewhere inside the Scorched Grove for this.
I see. I believe someone is trying to send us a message. Or send someone a message.
Quite possibly, and I don't know if you've been given a full tour of the watchtower yet on your way up to me. I am a little bit from the top, but above me, of course, is our open-air lookout where the militia keep their eye on the winds and make sure that if ash waves or storms, so to speak, are going to blow into town, that they see them in advance and can get everyone inside and taken care of. And above there are the well, the vaunted druids of the stars, the seers. And they keep an eye on the skies for portents, and well, of late, they seem to be quite concerned.
What portents do they speak of?
Well, the same as what I can tell, that we're all already relatively aware of, that fire is coming, that we've already seen the evidence of villages going up in flames, and that something is happening within the Scorched Grove. So the significance of these paintings seems, well, of direct interest to me. You asked before what my interest is, and as a highly invested member of this watchtower, an individual in parts charged with safeguarding not just everyone here in Ashborough and all the researchers, but dare I say the Avium itself, entrusts this city, this village, as the front lines of whatever is coming or is in the Scorched Grove. And it seems that something has already penetrated us and made its way to villages beyond, which is unacceptable.
Right, yes. No, I see. I understand quite thoroughly. Do you suspect that these paintings have been enhanced in some preternatural way?
Well, I'm not sure if my suspicions matter quite much there.
Okay. So, what do we want to do about it?
Well, I've asked 2 questions of you. I believe you've given me a pretty solid answer on the first. On the second, you seem rather confident in one answer, but are you sure you wouldn't like to go see where these came from and maybe see if there's something that was missed and then being brought to me? My position here demands much of me, and I haven't quite been able to break away for a trip a couple of miles outside the city.
Well, had you shown me one and only one painting, I would have told you that it was curious, that it was for sure an oddity, but not entirely unexpected. But for you to find 3 in the same area, well, that has purpose behind it, wouldn't you say?
I do indeed think so. Perhaps the rock you seek may be not too far from where the paintings are. I do not know personally. These were brought by on carts from very gracious farmers who tend the land, but they're not experts as your luminous, glorious self. They may not have seen everything there was to see.
You all are too kind. Although I do suppose it would behoove of us to go have a look at the surroundings where these paintings were found.
Certainly. I can... he'll grab a quill and a parchment, draw you a little map and some instructions here for how to get where you're going. Take some time and care before leaving. The ash has been more virulent than usual, and as I mentioned, the fire has penetrated deeper. The grove has never been safe, I guess I should say, but it is certainly less safe now than it may ever have been in our knowledge or current recollection. Take care on your journey, even though these are trails, tracks trod regularly by humble folk and bird folk alike, day in and day out. And he'll scribble out the instructions and make a little map for you.
Yes, I suppose I should find some sort of scarf and or veil to keep my orifices, as it were, out of the ash.
Very good. And you made your way, I should say, all the way here from Root Hollow. Quite the journey.
Oh,
so
yes.
Thank you very much for doing that, and by the end of the day, I will pay you all that is due, and hopefully we will have what answers we can have. But I have confidence for you to be able to get here and talk to the bandits on the road and everything, that you'll make your way to the farm and back without issue.
I'm sorry, did you say you talked to the bandits on the road?
No, that you have managed to get here without... You weren't abducted, absconded, or robbed by bandits on your way here, were you?
Well, no. No, I was not.
Very good.
It was a relatively uneventful journey, I assure you.
I am glad to hear of that, quite glad. And that means I have quite much confidence in you to be able to do this safely.
Well, excellent. I suppose then, I'm sorry, what did you say the terms were for the payment?
He's going to, so you're going to, he asked two questions of you. The first is if the paintings are real or if they're from hundreds of years ago. And as part of that question, like, why are they in pristine condition if they're from hundreds of years ago?
Okay.
And then the second one was if they're real, like what species would likely have painted these, which that one I think you've done a pretty good job of answering, where you kind of dodged the main question there, but you've answered that it came from one artist, which I think he's saying the value there is fine. So you're given question number 2. So he's looking for an answer to question number 1, and he hopes he'll be back by sundown tonight, or no later than sundown, to deliver your response for number 1.
I mean, the only way I'm going to be able to find out anything about them beyond this is, well, one of two ways. One first way is going to be to test them. The other way will be to find the artist, which, you know, I have a feeling one of those is going to be quite a bit harder than the other.
If you want to spend more time at the paintings here, doing stuff with them, you can. He's pretty confident that they're not easily messed with, if that makes sense, so he's not too worried about damage at this point. He did suggest that you take a trip to where the paintings were found. So there's a farmstead he's given you a map and directions to, that you'd be able to go to and take a look at and see if something was missed that may be significant, you know, there, that might tell you more.
Alright, well, I guess before I leave then, I would like to try to determine what kind of paint this is.
Sure.
Yeah.
You did investigation before, and we did it's just paint. So how are you going to do it
right.
differently?
Guess I won't.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Alright,
You might find more clues on the farm.
I gathered. Okay.
Right?
Well, Andreas, Mr. J. Andreas Centenorum. I have that right? That is the correct pronunciation.
I'm not quite sure where you're getting the J from, but Andreas Santanorum, that's all fine. I respond to what you've given. That's quite fine. Thank you very much, Jasper. He'll reach his hand out.
His hoof. Do you have a hoof?
And now they have I actually had to look it up. That's why it took me a second there, even like respond. I'm like, does he reach his hoof or hand? No, it's a hand. The servants have hands.
Can shake his antlers. Alright.
Watch the flowers up there. Thank you.
I'll take his hand.
Oh,
It
very
has
good, sir.
been most informative. I appreciate your hospitality. The water was delicious. I must make my leave now.
Well, thank you very much. If you need anything more, I'll be here. Have a safe journey.
Farewell to you.
To you as well.
I'll take my leave.
All right, and with that, we are going to switch over to Scrappy. Scrappy, are you here?
Yep.
Excellent. All right, Scrappy, you have received this postcard, which tells you that Lyndon's armor failed and he actually got burned. And he wants you to come to Ashborough to see if you can repair the armor and make it more durable to handle the flames. It's going to take you about 3 hours to walk there.
Okay.
Do you need to do anything before you leave? Like, how do you close up your shop? Are you going to pick anything up?
He's gonna grab all the gold he received, and as well as his like 10 gold he has, just put it all on him so he has enough gold to buy resources when he's there. He's gonna grab. He's already used up all the resources from what he got. He's going to look. He's gonna grab his equipment, and he's gonna
Mhm.
use his smith's apron, just kind of equip his. Let me just double check. Sword sword into his left. I just put into a sheath. Get his bow over his arm. Just pretty much get equipped. Have weapons ready just in case. It could be a dangerous journey. You never know. And yeah, bring his smith's tools with him. Well, tinker tools, and head out.
That's it.
And close up shop. Put the close sign, and put
Excellent.
anything out in the open in a bin. Oh, not in a bin, like in the shelves and stuff.
So you put away your things, you flip your sign to close, and you begin to walk briskly west away from your village square. As you reach the first wooden bridge, old Pammy Pubbins calls out to you from her bench, "Be careful on the trail. Been hearing a lot more about bandits lately."
Will do.
All right, so you keep going, and as you reach the second wooden bridge that takes you firmly out of Meadowfen, the bridge appears to be made out of cherry wood, lichen and moss speckle its surface with a few white mushrooms, and you can smell that earthy silt. It's sweet and musky, and every footstep you take leaves a squelching noise as you press closer over to the bridge. Once you're onto the bridge, you feel these planks creaking underfoot. Terran has a picture on the stream, adding to the symphony of these crickets, frogs, and occasionally a mosquito. Give me a dex save.
Okay.
Correct.
Nat 20.
Great. You hear that whistling noise as it reaches down onto your arm. That mosquito lands, and you give it a heavy swack. And you keep it from getting a hold of your blood. You said, "No way, sir, I'm not a human Capri Sun." All right. You keep walking for a little bit over an hour, and as you take a right to the trail forking, a soft and boggy ground eventually gives way to firmer soil as the flat terrain starts to slope. The air is becoming drier, it's fragrant with the scent of pine, and you see the first spruce copses appear. All right. As you're walking, you see a little figure ahead of you, dressed in black.
He's gonna put his hand on his hilt where his sword is.
Okay. Is that all you do?
And he keeps approaching.
Excellent.
You're an aggressive raccoon, sir.
Well, it's a dangerous road. You never know what can come out of the bushes. She's like saying that now in the open.
Excellent. So now, as you approach forward, this figure turns to face you.
Hello. Coming through. And he eyes him down.
Well, where do you think you're going? He's going to brandish a short sword. It is a small mouse with a cloak who has now pulled out of his holster a short sword, and he's about 30 feet away from you. What do you do?
Scrappy's gonna put his. And could I roll his perception on the surroundings?
You want to roll? So wait, you're pulling your short sword, and you want to. Okay, you can give me your. What's your passive perception? Is it 14?
Let's have a look. Yep, 14.
All right. Do you want to use that, or do you want to use an action to roll perception?
I'll pull out the sword and I'll use the passive.
Okay. So looking around, so you are alone on this trail, kind of as you can see in the picture on the stream. There's this Gerbine who is now turned towards you, and on the sides are these copses of spruce trees and really dense wood forest, that kind of thing going on. It looks like someone could pretty easily get lost in there if they wanted to. But you don't see any other movements in there at the moment other than the natural life of the forest with with that 14, you're pretty confident. It looks like it's just, bugs doing what they're doing. Maybe there are some species of animal creatures here who actually look surprisingly similar to, creatures such as yourself or such as this Gerbine that are not as large or humanoid, if that makes sense, that are scurrying about, in their normal day.
Okay. What's a little else doing out here in the forest? He says as he pulls out his sword.
I could ask the same of you. What is a Mapach doing on the road? All alone.
Business.
I'd like to do business too, actually. It's funny you ask. How about, he's gonna walk closer, about 10 feet closer.
Stares at him.
He's gonna point with a short sword at, do you have like a visible, like, bag or pouch on you?
We can say, yeah, on my smith's, like, apron on the left side, you can see it's attached by, like, a string.
He's gonna point at it and say, what you say we do some business with, whatever gold you've got in that pouch there?
No can do. And he readies his short sword.
You roll an initiative?
Yep.
All right. Give me the initiative roll.
18.
18. Alrighty. So, with an 18, you are first in initiative. So, this Jerbean is 20 feet away from you. He's got his short sword drawn. He is seeing you react in a way that you are not giving him what he wants, so he is looking like he's closing in, like he wants to take it by force, possibly. What do you do?
Go for the attack, short sword. Move as close as I can, 5 feet in front of him, and attack.
All right, go ahead and give me the attack roll.
15 to hit.
15, that is a hit. So go ahead and give me the damage. Let me also make sure I get our dice rolls back up there so everyone else can see that.
Mhm.
All right, go ahead.
6.
6. Ooh, all right. So, and that's piercing damage.
Yep.
Oh, you're making me bleed.
And he looks at him, like staring him down, with no expression on him.
All right, do you do anything else?
Let me just double check if I do have it. I don't think I... No, I have 2 set. Okay. Nah, so no bonus action. Oh no, sorry. When you take an action, attack weapon that you're holding one hand, you can use a bonus action to attack with a different melee weapon. I don't think I have
You're
another
dual
one.
wielding.
Yeah, that's dual wielding. Yeah, I don't have any other light finesse weapon. It's only the crossbow. So yeah, end my turn there.
And the Jerbean is clearly hurting and bleeding from the stab wound that you've dealt him, but he seems unwilling to, at this point, in fact, actually maybe not even sure how to get out of what has just transpired. And so he instead now lunges back at you with his own short sword and aims towards your upper left chest. And he's going to do that with a 6. 6 does not hit,
Nope.
does it?
Not at all.
So tell me how you evade or deflect this short sword.
He literally just steps aside, like turns his body, steps aside as he tries to get a strike.
So the Jerbean lunges and you step aside, and he now he misses, obviously, and the sword goes wildly to his left, but his body goes with it, and he stumbles about 5 feet to the opposite side of you now from the side that he was on. Not beyond 5 feet, to be clear, but 5 feet beyond you. And he quickly turns around and readies himself for whatever comes next. You're back up.
Sword sword. Bleh. No,
Sword sword.
non-lethal this time.
Non-lethal, okay. So how are you using your short sword non-lethally?
Gonna use the hilt.
The hilt, all right.
Try and bash his forehead with it. 21 to hit.
21 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll me damage.
5.
The Jerbean turns around, he's ready, and you bring your hilt. Where do you bring your hilt down on him?
Oh, on his forehead. So I just switch around, use my hilt, and just kind of smack him with it.
And
sideways, sorry. Like
sideways. Okay, so not like the bottom of the hilt, but like the side of the hilt.
Yeah, side of the hilt. Sorry, yeah.
Okay. So you swing the side of the hilt, and he just falls backwards, and he then just falls onto the ground. Like, it's just one smooth motion, pretty much.
He's gonna, as he swings it, he's going to sheath his sword, sheath his sword, and say, "This is dangerous business, you know."
You hear nothing back.
He looks at the wound that he inflicted.
There's a really big. Well, actually, you know what? Give me a medicine check.
Yep. Where is that again? That should be there. Surprisingly, I have 2. +2 for that. 13.
Your dice rolls aren't updating.
Oh, they're not?
Yours are. His aren't.
Oh, okay.
On stream.
The DM. Okay, they're not being sent to everybody. That's why. I'll fix that. Thank you. Or I'll try to fix it, I should say. All right, so 13 for the medicine check. Yep, that's good enough. So you take a look at it. It's a pretty decent sized bruise. You've in your time with the Bandit Coalition, you were taught a little bit of how to triage wounds and try to figure out what needs to get to a clinic and what you can do in the field to try to help stabilize someone who may be in a difficult situation. And here, you do have a concern that because you hit him in the head in particular, that this bruise might be more than just a bruise. There could be some head trauma. So do you happen to have anything on you or that you could use if you wanted to try to stabilize him?
What about the wound I inflicted, the stab? Is that the one you're talking about, or the head?
The head was the one I was talking about, but the stab wound is still bleeding. It doesn't look great. That also could be a problem long term. You may lose a little bit too much blood. With a medicine check of 13, you're more immediately concerned with the head wound you inflicted, as that was directly what knocked him out.
There's not much I can do with the head wound. I don't have any eyes or anything to compress.
Leave him in the bushes.
He's going
That's just the devil on your shoulder.
He's going to grab his sleeve and use his, let's see, probably one of his tinker tools, a little small knife, cut off a little bit of his sleeve.
No, cut off his cloak. Don't damage your own clothes.
Yeah, that is true. I could do that, yeah. I'll use his cloak. Kind of forgot he was not naked.
He instigated. Cut his clothes up.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, he's got a cloak on and a full set of tunic and pants and everything as well.
Yeah, I'll use his cloak.
Cut the butt out of his pants.
That devil on your shoulder is persistent.
Yeah, it is. Going to cut up the cloak and use it to bandage that wound on his torso.
Okay. So you do this, and we'll roll with the 13 you used already. Yeah, it does seem like you get the blood is kind of pooling into the cloak. It's black, so it's a little bit hard to see. But again, from what you can tell there, it looks like you're seeing that darker color blood, so that dark staining of this already black fabric. But it looks like it's fully encapsulating the wound. You're confident that it's going to give it the opportunity to clog up and to stop bleeding hopefully soon.
Right. And then he's just gonna pick up the mouse, put him up against the tree upright, and leave.
How do you keep him upright while he is unconscious against
leaning up against the tree, just put his body up, leaning up against the tree, tilt his head down to even the weight.
Okay, that sounds like we're going to need a sleight of hand roll to see if you're able to do that dexterously enough.
Zoop. 4.
Yeah, so you go to put him up against a tree on the side of the trail, and you think you've got his head positioned the right way. You think you've got his arm wrapped the right way around the tree, too, and you let go of him. You step back to see if it's going to hold, and it just doesn't. He just slides right on off and falls into the bushes.
Good enough. And he walks away using little bits of that rat's cloak, clean up his hands, get the blood off him, and then leaves.
All right, you have successfully defeated a Gerbine bandit.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, we're going to shift back over to Jasper.
All right, Jasper. Are you ready to leave Ashboro?
Yep, I don't think I have a whole bunch with me as far as gear, so
You make your way towards the small gap in the wall, dodging the bustling researchers and farmers making their way through. You're following the trail to the bottom of a shallow hill where Ashboro rests, and you follow Andreas's direction to veer left. Handcart tracks snake almost in every direction, but you focus on heading directly west. Powdery ash tries to cover the tracks of one set that remains, but you see the depth and manage to follow that cart in particular, knowing that if the cart can make it, so can you. Suddenly, you feel the wind kick up and shift direction. A torrent of ash kicks up and hurtles towards you. Give me a dex save.
okay. Nice. 7.
Oh, you just needed an 8.
I tried.
You're knocked prone.
Yay.
You hear loud screeching swirling around you and catch faint glimpses of 3 small, fluttering beasts that appear to have noses of fire. It's not clear if they noticed you yet.
Well, I gotta stand up.
All right.
You don't quite have time to stand up yet. You do get to see what is going on, but do you want to focus on standing up or do anything else? Just a quick question.
He's saying you're in initiative, basically.
Oh, okay. Which then I
You
should
can
roll
still-
initiative.
You can still get out of it. But yeah.
I don't think that Jasper would do that. I'm just gonna try and stand up.
Alright. If you're going to stand up, let's go ahead and do that initiative roll then.
Alright.
Sorry, Terran's supposed to do the encounter stuff, so I'm just like looking at him, and he looks at me, and I look at him.
Trying to use like the best of all worlds situation here. So I'm like Solar's like nailing all the, the narration, and I'm like, just let that go, let that go, let that go. Okay, now I sip it. Alright, let me roll for over here. And
Also, if anybody wants spicy water, Topo Chico is some of the best spicy water I've ever had. It's nice and crisp. It's mineral water, but the bubblies make it more appetizing.
very nice. Alright, so with that, let me make sure that we've got our rolls on here, and I'll try to see if I can get my rolls to show. If not, that'll be like a future, it'll hopefully happen eventually situation. There we are.
Spicy water.
I didn't show the initiative rolls, but it's fine. Let's count them elsewhere. All right, so well, since you rolled the highest initiative, Jasper, you're going to use your. I guess we'll let you stand up before you have to take another action. So you are now standing, and there are 3 flapping creatures around you. It's very difficult to see because there is ash everywhere. You are in the midst of just wind has blown ash in your direction suddenly, and it is everywhere.
Do I have a sense of the direction that I came from?
Because you are very familiar with the ground, you live in a burrow with hedges, and if you had you just picked yourself up off the ground, so I'm sure while you're getting up off the ground, you looked at the ground, and you're able to notice kind of like, even with the ash swirling, you got probably a sense of which direction you were before you fell over.
Okay. Are any of them within close proximity to me? Can I tell?
Yeah, there's one that's 15 feet away from you right now. There's one that's 25, and there's another that's 30.
Great. I'm gonna use my action to dash away. Back towards the way I came.
Alrighty. So you want to try and go like 70 feet?
As far as I can.
Alrighty. So you'll go 70 feet. That'll bring you, it's 85 feet away from the closest.
I stand up and I just nope, 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 nope.
No, you have to do it in a southern accent.
I was trying to.
Oh.
Nope, nope, and nope.
All right. So
I have stumbled upon your soiree. I apologize profusely, and I will return from whence I came immediately.
I love.
all right. Is that your turn?
Yep.
All right. So the closest ember bat to you. Well, actually, I guess you won't see what happens here, but because
And the ember bat, see?
the ember bats have a way of seeing. Yes. One of them knows where he went. It cannot. One sec.
Oh, I see. I see.
All right, so the ember bats are going to do things. If you want to try to perceive them through the ash, you'll have to, kind of do that on your turn and make some checks. But we'll bring it back up to your initiative.
Cool. I'm gonna continue to run all the way back to Ashborough.
All right. So I'd say after about 2 turns, you'll be out of the ash, and with about maybe 2 turns after that, you'd be up. Maybe about 12 seconds after that. If you wanted to look behind you, you could. Being out of the ash now, and you would see maybe one ember bat emerging and kind of flying a little bit wildly, but it doesn't seem to be flying specifically in your direction anymore.
Okay. I'm not gonna dash, but I am going to continue. I'm going back to town straight up.
Okay. Yeah, feel free.
I'm immediately going to try and flag down someone who looks like they have military experience.
All right, so you.
Guards! Little help!
So as you run in, looking for military experience, the easiest one you'll see is going to be the militia raptor who helped you into the tower.
Hey, great.
What's wrong?
Jim, just give me a moment, please. This big flappy flying thing is trying to do all sorts of nefarious deeds upon my feathers.
Do they look like bats?
Well, I suppose they did. I ain't never seen a bat so large before in all my years.
What? They tend to come with the breeze. Here, come on inside. They'll leave soon.
Well, alright, if you insist. I'll go inside.
So the raptor will open the door for you and let you in. Again, there's the high-ceilinged corridor. There's a thick wooden door on either side of it. Otherwise, there's just kind of a stone floor that goes all the way back to the stairwell. The raptor seems to kind of just have opened the door, let you in, and closed it, and headed back to their business. Do you want to rest here, or would you like to do anything else in the tower?
I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait maybe 10 minutes.
Okay. What do you do with 10 minutes?
Twiddle my thumbs.
Dance break. Anyway, okay.
I'll try and leave.
Yeah. You wait the appropriate amount of time and then you leave again.
Oh, they're gone yet?
The wind's gone, so they should be too.
What on earth is going on out there?
It's been that way ever since the fires have become more prevalent.
Why is there no military regiment out there to protect people traveling along the roadside?
Well, there's a lot of bandits, and so we've been having a lot of trouble keeping people, alive.
Are the bats bandits in themselves?
The bats are just sort of displaced creatures. They don't know where to go either.
Well, alright. I guess I'll give it a another go here. Maybe a little bit more trepidatiously. I appreciate your hospitality. You're doing a great job. Give him a thumbs up. Keep up the good work. You are an excellent citizen.
He goes to give you a thumbs up too, but he's holding the spear, so it's just kind of awkward.
You do have two hands. I can see both of them.
This hand has to stay free.
Free of your thumb? Did you hear what you just said?
It's protocol.
Oh, alright. I understand. Not really, but I'm walking away now. I'm just gonna keep on going. Stay right there at your post. You're doing great. Looking good.
All right, so you go back along on your track. You do see somebody coming in that gives you a nice friendly wave as you go.
I tip my hat.
All right. So as you continue on the trail, the landscape is going to continuously get more and more farm-like.
Okay.
So it starts to feel a little less intimidating after a while, and you can begin to walk leisurely. And with that, we're going to switch over to Scrappy. Scrappy, you here? Scrappy? Scrappy?
Scrappy! No.
All right.
That's it.
All right, it's your turn. As you continue on your trail, the landscape is also going to change. The spruce trees are thinning out and replaced by charred remains. Their blackened trunks stand like sentinels, and their bare branches are reaching towards the sky. The ground is completely barren. The air is acrid and smoking, and it tickles at the back of your throat. The further you go, the more you start to notice these farms scattering, and it appears like a pocket of little vibrant life amidst everything that is desolate and destroyed. As you continue to go upward, becoming steeper as you're ascending into hillier terrain, you glimpse the first eye catches of low stone walls coming into view. The sun is more directly overhead. You left in early morning when the mail came to you, and right now it feels like it's maybe about lunchtime. You're starting to feel very hungry. You're feeling very hot. You've been walking for a while. Birdfolk houses jut up from the walls of this settlement in irregular intervals, and they're dwarfed by the massive tower rising from somewhere beyond the walls inside. The trail dips between an opening in the wall, and you find yourself going into the heart of Ashborough. A sturdy Strig knight in half-plate armor gives you a wave with his shield as greeting as he passes by you, heading out. Ahead and to your right is a tent whose rich brown leather is pulled taut over a wooden frame, and the entrance is marked with a wooden placard that reads Ashborough Information and Researcher Registration in neat gold lettering. And we should have a picture.
We don't have a picture of the tent, unfortunately. If Scrappy happens to engage.
I remember generating one. Sad.
I know. I've got a related picture for it, but we're not there yet.
Alright, what do you do, Scrappy?
I'm gonna go to the information booth.
Great. You do that. You walk up to the information booth, you step inside the tent flaps, and you see a sturdy desk in front of you with a stern birdfolk sitting behind it.
Hello.
Hello there. Are you, who are you?
My name's Scrappy Boi.
Scrappy Boi, I do not believe I have your registration here. And he has this large tome in front of him that's open, and he seems to be reading through it, and looks quizzically as if he can't find what he's looking for there. And just kind of give you a little bit better of a picture of who it is you're looking at.
Oh, okay.
I told you we had it.
Yeah, this, but he wasn't on top of him yet. Behind the table that you're looking at in this tent is a sable luma, and he's a striking figure standing about 3 feet tall, with sleek gray feathers that shimmer with a subtle iridescence in the light filtering through the tent. His eyes are keen and intelligent, magnified by a pair of small, round spectacles perched on his beak. He's dressed in academic robes of deep blue, adorned with silver embroidery at the cuffs and collar. A medallion bearing the crest of the avium hangs from his neck.
Gotcha. Oh, man. Alright.
And what might you want here?
I'm looking for a certain. He pulls out a piece of paper. Lyndon Roxburgh.
Roxburgh. He's going to look through the book again and think, I don't have a Roxburgh here.
But do you have a Linden?
A Linden? Well, I do have a Linden. Is this...
Last.
Then you want me to give you information? Roll persuasion, or how do you want to handle that?
Oh, well, sorry. I was just looking for a certain person. I want to make sure it's the right one. He's going to turn over his piece of paper. He has the name written on, just like this. How it's spelled.
Oh, like this. He'll take the piece of paper from you. He'll examine the note. He'll read the entire note, by the way, as well, since you have offered the whole thing to him. So, you are the reason that Lyndon was in the clinic for quite a few days.
A little bit. He does like a little, with his hand, like his fingers, he does a little bit.
Yes. Well, are you here for research purposes?
I mean, he pulls out a piece of paper with the message. Technically, it's more just fine-tuning my armor that I gave to him. Custom-made armor that I gave to him, and it didn't work. So I'm here to research what happened to make sure it's all good, and so next time when you use it, it's safe. That's all.
Yes, research then, and you'll see that he's also, like, as you were talking, pulled out a little, like, pad, and he's got a quill, and he's been, like, writing a whole bunch of stuff down. Very good. All right, and there's a different pill on the desk. He's going to pick it up and hand it to you right here, and he's going to guide, to where in the tome he'd like you to write your name. Right here, please write your name, and there you are.
Alright, and you'll pick it up and you'll write down his name, Scrappy Boi, but make it like what's the writing style that we down?
Comic Sans.
No.
Like what language?
Like
or...
not like a language, but like how it's written. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I just wanted to add that spice.
Trying to be like cursive or
cursive? That's the word. So I was looking
Comic
for
Sans.
cursive. Scrappy Boi, but then the boy turns into Comic Sans, where it's just like out of nowhere, just boy.
Okay, and then right over here, you could put the institution you are here from for researching.
Scrappy Boi then scratches his head. Well,
Fake it till you make it, baby.
Yeah, and so with should I put persuasion or deception for this?
If you want to deceive, go ahead and use deception.
I mean, I don't have a big thing.
You should have just wrote something down. He might believe you.
Well, that's what I'm about to do, but I want to deceive him.
Well,
I mean, do I have to deceive him if I write it down? Or if he checks it, I guess.
If he checks it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. I
he
guess
has checked everything that's been written so far, so it's a safe bet he will probably check it. So I would
Okay.
say
But he might not.
that-
gotta
small
give
chance.
you know, if you want to deceive, gotta do a deception roll. We'll take it from there if that
I
makes
won't.
sense.
I won't deceive. I'll just put. And he writes down. What did I name my shop? I don't think I ever did. I guess
Nope.
I could put it as Scrap Shop. Yeah, I'll put it as
Oh, he
that.
tried to get you to figure that stuff out ahead of time.
Eh?
If
I know.
only.
Scrap Boy. No, Scrap Shop.
Scrapyard.
Scrapyard. Scrapyard I'll put down as the institution.
Huh. I've never heard of that one before. From where is it?
It's from. What was the town I was in? Sorry again.
Give me a history roll.
Oh, okay. Oh no, like the one I was just in.
Yes.
The
give me a
one I
history
had
roll.
my shop in.
Yeah, give me a history
Oh,
roll.
okay. 3.
3.
Hold up, sorry. Oh wait, no, it's a nat 1. Sorry.
Oh, super.
You don't remember anything. You're not sure what road you were on to get here. In fact, you're not even sure what village or town this is that you just walked into. You're not even sure the guy in front of you is. You're not even sure what your own name is.
Damn.
You're panicking.
He blinks and goes, my home? I'll be honest, I don't have an institution. I'm not, how can I say this? I'm here to fix someone's armor, and that's the person I'm looking for, is that, and he points to a piece of paper that has the name on it again.
Yes, okay. Well, I'll just he'll take his tome back and kind of move it to his side of the desk. Your story matches up, so I can point you to the direction of your Linden that you were looking for. But I suppose before I do you require any other services from our very fine, nice village of Ashbarrow?
Well, I would be needing, I think, let's see, he checks his pockets. Yeah, I'll need some materials to fix up that armor, depending on what it is. So, would there be a leather shop or a blacksmith as well around this area?
Well, we don't have a leather shop or a blacksmith, so to speak. But as the information post here, I'd be happy to tell you what we have. And that which we have is, we have Hoppy's Harvest, or Hoppy Harvest, I should say, which is our very nice grocery store. Should you
Oh Lord,
require anything.
you did it.
We also have the Quilled Tankard Pub House, if you require an inn, but I have heard that today they are quite busy, and they might not have room. Say, perchance, speaking of pubs and taverns, have you heard about what's coming to Meadowfen? Tonight, this very night, in fact. Well, don't be daft, my boy.
Oh, sorry, I kind of just lost concentration.
Oh,
We'll visit the tavern, some food, and we'll be hungry.
oh, yes. Taking care of that hunger would be a very good idea. Don't want to try to
Indeed.
fix things on an empty stomach. Well, very good. You'll just follow. Well, if you can see behind my tent, there's what passes for kind of like a road alley situation. You're looking for a large building. It's going to have a teal roof, a little purple canopy out front, and a tankard with quills protruding from it as the sign. You'll walk in there.
Okay.
You'll see a very nice bartender with a very grisly scar. Don't mention the scar. And may I recommend that you go with the mystery stew, is it today? Whatever the chef's pick is of the day. I highly recommend it.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you very much. And he waves and starts to head out of the tent.
You're welcome. Do come back once you've had some food.
And you head out. I need to go pee.
Oh, well, the outhouse is actually right outside the wall over there.
Okay.
All right. While he goes pee, Jasper,
Yes.
as you have followed these cart tracks, it leads you finally to a plowed field. There are no rocks here and no charred trees. In the far distance, you can see what seems to be a mound of straw and charred sticks. And as you cross across the field to that mound, the two stick-like figures move towards you from the mound. The sound of a combined echoing deep cough and sneeze assaults your ears. What do you do?
I'm gonna stop moving. They're approaching me. I'm going to let them.
They come closer to you, their form gaining definition, and you make out the long white necks and the red feathered heads and stretched thin beaks. They're oversized herons and they're wearing farming attire. One wears a baggy brown slack held up by suspenders over a white collared shirt, and the other wears an apron atop of white collared shirt and a pleated brown skirt. The one wearing suspenders walks up to you and says,
You completely
Yeah.
went silent.
No, because it's me. It's me. Hang on. I had to try and get the voice. And who might you be?
Oh, well, good afternoon to you. My name is Jasper Honeybrook. I come on over here from Ashboro.
Oh, from the big city.
I wouldn't call the city so much as an encampment, but to whom do I have the honor of meeting this fine evening?
Well, I am Ewith, and this here is my wife, Kaka.
"Oh,
Well, it is a pleasure to meet both of you, I am sure. Permit me an observation, Ewith. Are you quite well?
Why, yes, I am. Go!
I see. So then this is a normal auditory explosion that you are exhibiting every few moments, yes?
it keeps the bats away."
I
It
see.
does.
Well, have you considered some sort of scare bat?
I have not, but I don't think this is a problem, is it? Go!
I'm having too much fun
not.
doing this.
Well, I am out here on business. I am told that these are beautiful pumpkins, by the way. You have a very lovely farm.
Thank you. We work hard for them.
As a quick
You
clarification, the AI photo is going to show pumpkins. The fields are plowed more like that first shot was. Just this is what AI did well for the actual characters. So there's no.
No, we have pumpkins.
We have We have placed. We harvested pumpkins from last season. They are placed over top of like where we're standing, just for the sake of it, and it's awesome. So we're in a pumpkin field. There we go. Boom.
Yes.
This is a normal practice, you understand. This is called re-plowing or reseeding, or you're basically using them as fertilizer for the next growing season. It's perfectly normal. I understand completely. I have no idea what I am talking about. I came out here on business.
What can we do for you?
Yes, I was told that there were not a pair, but a tribal of, well, artworks that were found in this vicinity. Do you have any knowledge of these three artworks?
Cool. Yes, I do. I was plowing the field, as you see, and it went kapunk. And that was
that
weird.
plow that you have in your hand? I'm sorry, that is a rake. I apologize. That must be ash in my eyes.
I'm back.
That's okay. The ash is all over these days. Yes, this is a rake. just in case you were a bandit, but you didn't look like one. You looked like a oh, good bird folk.
You intended to attack a bandit with a rake. I do suppose during a pinch that's more sensible than not.
It has long reach.
It's better than nothing.
We're still here.
Since you are interested in these paintings, I can show you where we found them.
Yes,
Well, that
let
would
us
be
do it.
most helpful. I would appreciate that greatly. I will accompany you on this hopefully brief journey.
We so the two sandhill cranes walk you towards you know, a little bit direction you came from at a slightly different angle, and as you go on this very short journey, as you mentioned, a couple of other smaller creatures come up around you. Go.
You have lovely children.
Why, thank you. So, right up here is where the first one came from, and he's going to point to. It looks like it's been plowed over since, but it's very clearly disturbed, like dirt, and you can see that there's some ash on it. But the ash here seems fresher, like less in layer than the areas around it, as if there was a decent-sized hole about the size of the painting that one of the paintings that you saw, like, was dug up.
Okay. So they were not discovered in the same location.
Not quite. So one was here, and then another kaplunk over, and he's going to walk about, say, 16 feet towards another area that he's going to show you, and it looks pretty similar to this one in terms of, you know, it's disturbed, you know, more recently, smaller layer of ash covering it than the others have.
All right.
And then there is one more that we have found, and he is going to bring you 16 feet from the one you're currently at, so the second one, to the third one.
Mm-hmm.
And gonna roll me a survival with advantage.
Okay. $23.
Excellent. So you notice that the 16 feet from one to the other, and then the 16 feet from the other, that
We got a
if you,
triangle.
after a fashion, yeah, you suspect with your, and the reason you had advantage on this is because, again, you watch the ground very closely as part of your grounded trait, and you suspect that if you went from the farthest one, like from where you are now, to the farthest one away, you went about halfway there, point to point, you feel like you might be equidistant from all three of these locations.
Cool. What time of day, approximately, would you say that you discovered these things?
Well, I'd say early in the morning at first. First plow. And then, so I got the first one, dug that out, brought it back to the house over there, and he points to what looks like a mound of, like, straw and ash and, like, charred twigs that's in the distance. And then I came back out for the next plow, and partway through that, another ka-chunk. So dug that up, that's probably about midday by that point, and brought that back in. And then the next day, another ka-chunk. I brought that back in, and that was when we decided we had a problem.
After the third painting, you decided that 2 was one too many. All right.
What? One is
Days apart.
one is an accident. 2 is a coincidence. But 3 is a pattern.
I agree with you on this entirely.
Good, she's keen, isn't she?
I suppose that's why you are betrothed.
Absolutely, and beautiful young ones.
as is evident by the little ones running around.
They look like they're like, instead of these who are like white, feathers with like red on top, the little ones are all like gray and scruffy and look nothing like their parents as of yet. And they're running around like hellions, squawking constantly.
That's about right. Okay.
So there's a couple things that you can do. Some of it you could possibly try to investigate, see what's around, see if you find any footprints. You could check the soil depth, see if it looks like, there's anything else more modern.
Now, don't get ahead of me. I just have a few other questions for you, if you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. We've got the time for this.
Well, that's excellent news. Now, do you employ any farm hands?
He'll like look around, trying to like catch a glimpse of the three hellions running all over the place.
They assist you in maintenance of this farm. It's a mighty large area. I'm not saying you're incapable. I'm saying from time to time we all need a little help.
We are strong, proud folk. We big legs, walk great distance, push great plow.
You have turned Neanderthal, it seems.
I
That
do
was
not
a
like
slap.
this.
I merely jest. Alright. Interesting. And you have not found anything since. You have plowed this entire field.
Yes, it took some time, but it is done. Well, yes, as of 2 days ago.
You didn't notice any out of the ordinary events and or characters in the vicinity in the past, I don't know, week or so?
No, can't say I have. There's been more ash wind lately. But that's been a problem that's been going on for what you say, Kaka, about at least several months. So
I see.
nothing soon. These bumps are the first real thing to happen in some time.
Would you say you struck them with significant amount of force?
No, that was the weird thing about it. I felt like they were relatively deep for the plow, like it hit just the bottom, but very attuned to my plow, so the second I hit, it felt like a really big bump to me.
What were your instincts telling you when you struck them initially? Having, plowed this field in the past before.
Well, my first thought was that maybe the ash winds last harvest had blown some sediment that had somehow gathered together and formed some kind of rock that wasn't there before, because it was rather hard, even if low, but that didn't seem to make a lot of sense. My other thought was perhaps something burrowed and got in the way or something like that, so I immediately went for the shovel to dig it up and find out what it was, and found a painting.
Very intuitive of you. I commend you on your high level of intelligence.
Oh, why, thank you. You seem like a classy fellow. I'll take that as a compliment.
Well, it is meant as a compliment. I appreciate your cooperations in these efforts. I'm going to stand in the equidistant spot and sort of scratch around at the ground, see what I can find out.
Okay, so you're gonna stand like the equidistant between the three?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you scratching like just at that spot in particular?
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna investigate the area as much as I can, I guess, from where I'm standing.
Okay. Go ahead.
I do want to look for. I mean, if he's been plowing, footprints aren't going to be immediately apparent. but I don't know. Maybe I'll find some other evidences.
Okay. So go ahead and you can either use your passive or you can roll investigation for me if you want to kind of really look over this. And I'll throw in kind of, I feel like you kind of go in the middle and take a particular look here, but you're also kind of looking in general, in maybe like a radius that's larger than just maybe like larger than the 16 feet to the 3 spots you've observed.
Well, I didn't want to go through the rigmarole of let's go to this spot, let's go to this spot, let's go to
Right.
this spot.
Yeah.
So I figured I would just go to
But
the center.
roll investigation.
I rolled 11.
All right. So with an 11, you confirm your prior suspicion that the distance between the 3 spots, this is the convergence point. You get consent from the Coons, who are the owners of this land, to disturb, as needed to kind of investigate a little bit further. They reassure you that they can replow and fix things up as needed. You don't find anything at the particular spot that you're currently at. You widen your search a bit, and you don't find anything other than the 3 spots immediately, but about 16 feet away from where you started, there is a spot that seems a little bit odd to you, but you can't quite put your thumb on it. Go ahead and give me a survival roll.
This ground here is real weird.
Huh. There's something weird about it. Can't quite put my finger on what, but I didn't hit anything with a plow there.
Would you like to try again? Got
Cool.
18.
But then, yeah, actually, we'll take that and roll with it. All right, so, so he'll go and put his rake down, and he'll go grab his plow, and the kids are running everywhere all around, and he'll bring it and he'll set it up a couple of feet in front of where you are, and I assume you'll kind of encourage him to plow over the spot that seems a little bit weird.
Yep.
So he brings the plow over, and he's really paying attention now to see if anything happens when he goes over the spot that you've pointed out to him. And as he gets there, there's the slightest dip in the plow as it goes over there. And he keeps pushing it. It feels like the plow dipped a little bit there. And he points the exact spot. Like the ground is not sturdy.
Well, that was also my intuit. Well, have you got a spade or perhaps some other sort of digging implement?
He grabs the rake.
Well, I suppose I could work in a pinch.
What's that, or another trip back to the stud?
Well, let's, how about you let me, give a little scrape.
Yeah, cool. Feel free. He'll hand you the
Excellent. I'm gonna rake the ground like I'm using a shovel.
rake. Actually works out. So as you push the rake,
Dirt flings across as you do the Jack Sparrow digging out.
you see 3 like small ruffians like just trying to go, but sprayed by dirt, mud, and everything. So as you do this, you notice that this does feel more hollow, and you dig in and you get more and more dirt out, and you notice at a certain point the dirt starts falling in rather than coming out.
Do you have a emergency cellar and or were there any buildings placed here at some point in the past that you're aware of?
We bought this plot of land a few years ago, but emergency cellar, that sounds like a good idea. We should consider that, especially with all the ash lately. But no expectation of anything out here. Should just be farming land.
It appears as though there is a chamber underneath the earth right here.
Chamber. He's going to like lean his beak down and try to look straight at it, like check it out.
I'll just keep digging it.
He's gonna move his head before he gets raked.
Well, I'm not gonna hit him with it, or you know.
I mean, you could.
I sort of broke earth, and I'm like, oh hey, there's something here. I'm gonna continue to dig. I mean, he can be a part of it if he wants.
He's gonna supervise and, like, from the side, kind of keep looking down.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep excavating. Like, we gotta find out whatever is down here.
So you excavate and you give me a history roll with advantage.
Mm-hmm. 20, 30.
Excellent. So you come from Root Hollow, which is a village of hedges.
Mm-hmm.
And as such, you live underground with them in a burrow that they have carved for themselves and for others such as yourself who've chosen to join them. And with the knowledge of this and with having interacted with hedges rather extensively in the time since you've moved down to the floor, well, below the floor actually of the wood, you realize pretty quickly that this is a tunnel. And the tunnel is specifically made by a hedge. The tunnel made by the hedge is large enough that when you compare it to what looks to be the size of the disturbances that you noticed elsewhere, where the other paintings came from, that a painting of similar size to those could fit down this tunnel that this hedge has made, or ostensibly hedge.
I'll stand back up, wipe my brow, have my sleeves pulled up. Probably still got dirt on them. It appears as though there is a tunnel network down here. How vast that goes is anyone's guess, but look at the markings here. These are most certainly hedge markings.
The pumpkin thief!
Well, okay. I did ask you if you had some ruffians about earlier. This changes information now.
Well, it's been some time since a proper pumpkin harvest, and as you can see, our pumpkins over there are mostly intact, but we thought that we had some pumpkins go missing, especially last harvest in particular, but we counted and we weren't quite sure. It just seemed like maybe we were missing something, or maybe our kids got a little rambunctious.
That just sounds positively exhausting. You keep count of your pumpkin.
Well, we have to know how much we're selling and, check each one to make sure that it's a quality pumpkin that doesn't have any disease or anything else that would be a problem to put it with the stockpile or to send it to Ashborough or anywhere else we sell our gourds.
Well, don't misunderstand me. I don't mean to denigrate your profession. I was merely trying to imagine myself out here counting pumpkins for untold hours of the day.
It's quite calming, actually, quite relaxing. When you wake up at the crack of dawn and you come out and there's a whole field of pumpkins you have worked all year to grow and cultivate and make as large as you can.
Yes, I suppose there is a manner of catharsis in such tedium. I myself am an art restorer, so yeah, I understand that better than you probably imagine. Well, I suppose we should have a look in these here tunnels.
Well, he's going to, lean over and stick his long neck and beak down into the tunnel and take a look.
Now, it has been some time since the harvest, correct?
Yes, it has been quite a bit.
When is the last time it has rained?
Rain. Well, rains used to be pretty frequent around here, but lately it's been more of a problem. I'd say about 9 days, which is a big problem, actually.
Right, of course. Now, are the walls of these tunnels wet? Or moist in a way that digging through them would be easier? How old are they is what I'm trying to determine.
Gotcha. Gonna give me survival with advantage. Again, advantage based on your knowledge of hedge tunnels.
17.
So, the tunnel exit up here seems rather fresh. There isn't any sign of like rain or like wetness in that regard. There are some pumpkin seeds that were sown in that you know notice have been pushed to the side and all that. And you do find some deeper down. So it seems that there has been some travel here before and maybe after seeding at various points. But that this particular outlet, at least to this tunnel system, is relatively new. And the parts of the tunnel that you can see here seem relatively new. But
Okay.
you do have a couple of ideas about kind of how to proceed from here.
I do.
You could have a couple of insights, but I want to hear what you've got first.
All right. Mr. Earwith, would you do me a small favor?
I believe he's talking to you, Quokka. You say, Mr. or Mrs.?
I said, Mr. Earwith.
Oh, Mr. You. Oh, thank you. That's me. Thank you. Yeah. Well, what can I do for you?
I don't reckon that you could bring your offspring over here for just a moment.
I can certainly try. You know, do you happen to have cheese or bread? They love bread in particular.
I imagine I have rations. I don't know that I specifically do.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, you can have some rations.
How do I feel about hard tack?
Hard tack. Well, give it a shot.
All right. Are you gonna call them over?
Oh no, and you're going to have to entice them over.
Oh well, never mind. I'm abandoning the entire idea altogether.
Oh, okay. When it's field playtime, they kind of just do what they do. So you gotta come up with a good incentive for them to come over, or you could flash some gold coin. They haven't quite broken them of the desire to come over and take that from other people yet.
That is excellent parenting on your part, I must say.
Well, it's a phase that all of us Sandhill cranes go through, but eventually we break out of it, or we become part of. Well, we don't talk about that.
Oh, all right. We won't mention another word about it. Well, I suppose we're gonna need to walk up and down this here tunnel, find out where it goes.
I don't think I can fit down there. Can you fit down there?
I don't know. The DM hasn't told me that.
What is your height and weight, character-wise?
I don't
And
think I
size
wrote it
class.
down. But size 4 to over 5 feet tall. My size is medium.
All right, where in the 4 to 5 foot range do you want to fall?
It's really not that important to me. Just under 5, maybe.
Okay, so we'll just like say 4'11" here, but not have to stick to that. But that's just for purposes of figuring this
Mhm.
out. And weight-wise,
They don't really give me a weight class here or any poundage.
You also might be able to use your cane to tap, 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 tap.
That is the other thing I was going to give. Yes.
To tap the tunnel.
Tap the ground above the tunnel. If that makes
And
sense.
when it sounds slightly different or feels slightly different because of survival.
You rolled quite high with survival, so you've opened that possibility.
Okay.
You could use that to follow the tunnel above ground, should you wish, as an alternative to us trying to figure out if you can fit into this hole, and if so, how well. It will tell you the
I'd like
size.
to try and fit.
Okay. So the size class of the creature that made this is small. And I'm looking at one more thing quickly.
Oh, 110 pounds. I see a weight class.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be a bit of a squeeze.
You could certainly try. I believe that that size could fit into a small child size hole, but it would take a little bit of acrobatics,
Yeah,
a little bit of yoga.
there is a rule.
I am
actually.
particularly adept at acrobatics.
Oh, they just reorganized their thing up here.
I say we should lay it on the dice.
Yeah, let me work on the DC for that.
Whoops.
Sources. There we go. Apologies, take a second to look up. Feel free
I've been
to.
there.
There are children running all over the place still, so feel free to interact with them if desired.
That's okay. Scrappy, now that you're back, while Terran looks that up, do you want to look around the town at all? Or
Well, I mean, I look around the town for old mate Lyndon.
You did want to go get food from the tavern, you said, right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
We could do
Yes.
the whole thing with the menu if you'd like.
Great.
Oh, okay.
You walk to the tavern, and as you enter into the tavern, you notice the very friendly barkeeper, who is named Spike, tending behind the bar counter. And there are several open chairs and a large fireplace burning. What do you do?
Can hop up to the closest chair to Spike.
Excellent. You sit down at the bar, and Spike says, "Well, welcome in. I don't remember Terran's voice, so this is the voice now.
It's a
Welcome
little
in,
Irish.
sir.
Just a little Irish.
What can I do for you?"
I didn't get Irish at all from your original attempt.
It was a little muted on purpose, but yeah, this is go with this thing. We're good.
Alright. A little bit hungry. A little menu, please and thank you.
Sure, here you go.
Just gonna grab the menu and look at it.
And Terran's gonna throw that menu because you never actually put it in the Discord channel.
Yeah, I'll throw it up and I'll also put it in the Discord channel too. Boom, there you go. And
Roll appetizing.
I quite pride myself on cooking. I do.
I'll take the
Anything catch
mystery
your fancy?
stew.
Mystery Stew, you're a brave one. Right up. And he goes to the back, and when he comes back out, he's got this wooden bowl just filled to the brim with this rich amber-colored liquid, and he sets it down in front of you, and it smells so good. And you notice that there's carrots and cabbage and pumpkin pieces, and they've got like what looks like pumpkin seeds and something else sprinkled over the top. Next to it is a thick, hearty slice of white bread. All right, that'll be two gold pieces.
Nope, yeah. He like gets his eyes off like trans looking at it. So he goes like, oh, yeah, and grabs his gold pouch, grabs 2 pieces out, and slides them to what was his name again? Sorry.
Spike.
Spike.
Spike?
Thank you kindly.
No
So,
problem.
where you come from?
Well, I came from. Now I'm going to try in history again. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. 7.
You think you came from Meadowfen, but you're not quite sure.
Metal fan.
Do you mean Meadowfen?
Oh, yeah. Meadow. God.
Oh,
I'm a little bit tired. Sorry. He rubs
it's alright. You're in a good spot to rest if you're tired. I've got quite a few people here buzzing. I heard that tonight in Meadowfin there's supposed to be a traveling performer coming in.
Oh, that sounds pretty good. Might have a
Sure.
look. Anyways, he rubs his hands together and starts to dig in as he lets Spike talk.
Yeah, it's delicious. It's robust. The pumpkin is cooked perfectly. You aren't quite sure what the crunchy parts are, but you like them anyway. And everything about this just is satisfying and warm, and it reminds you of home.
That reminds me of home.
Yep. And now you can add 1d4 to a future roll.
Wait, what? Wait, really?
Yes.
Inspiration.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Nice.
Oh,
You had a
am I-
good. You had a good meal.
No. Okay. So was it 1d4?
Yep.
Just writing down notes. All right.
Guidance. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah. Or bardic inspiration.
Yeah, I think I just. Anyway.
So, what brings you to town?
Oh, I am here for, and he pulls out the piece of paper again. He had like a backup copy of the name because he wanted to give over.
Oh,
The name.
you're the one that made the armor for Lyndon.
Yes.
It worked really well while it worked, but then it did not so much. He's
Where-
over in his tent, he is.
in his tent. Where would that be?
Just across the way there, you could see it. It's a yellow color. He's resting. He's got quite a few burns. Could have been worse. You did a good job for most of it, but once it failed, it was nasty. It took quite a while.
All right. Yeah, I'm here to kind of patch up that job, make sure it's fully secure for next time.
Well, the researchers have a pile of goods they do right over there. You could probably find a few things. And then just, I guess leave a gold coin or two for them. They tend to bring more than they really need between you and me.
Ooh. So a little pile for the researchers, you say?
Yeah.
You see him rub his hands together.
Just make sure they don't catch you.
Ah, fair enough. Alright, thanks for the meal. What time is it? He kind of looks out the windows.
1
Oh, wait,
p.m.
1 p.m. Okay. Oh, not too late yet. Do you have inns here?
We do, but we're booked up for the night. Unfortunately, you'll have to go back over to Meadowfin if you want a place to sleep.
Looks outside. Yeah, fair enough. He gets up with the plate still like there. It's empty, so eating it all, and he heads over to that tent.
Great.
Lyndon is.
Great. Now we have a DC roll, so we'll go back over to
Yeah.
Jasper.
So Jasper, the ruling on squeezing is you're able to squeeze one size class beneath your own. That's going to count as difficult terrain for the entire duration of the squeeze, and you'll have disadvantage on most types of ability checks while you're squeezing. Like for example, you can't see behind your butt, so like anything from behind might be disadvantage, might be just like not visible at all. It's going to be harder to use weapons or anything like that, defend yourself, so on and so forth.
Okay.
And it includes attack rolls are also a disadvantage in that condition.
Are you threatening me?
No. I'm making sure you're fully informed before you go into, unknown.
I'm going.
To be honest, we expected you to tap up top.
No, I'm going through the tunnels.
All right.
Great. Time to become a human worm.
An owl worm.
Yeah, close enough.
So you will, I guess, if you want to describe how you get into the tunnel and squeeze in there, I'll describe the reaction of the sandal cranes watching you.
Now you see, the trick is to bend your spine in an S-like shape, so you become loose as the dirt itself. I don't know what I'm talking about. Watch me go.
You see the. Actually, you don't because you're working on active squeeze. But anyone like looking from above would see the neck of Ewan all of a sudden like curve into an S, like with his head and everything, like trying to
I
mimic
can
what you're
look
telling
behind
him.
myself. I'm an owl. I have 180 degrees of movement in my neck.
All right, yeah. We'll roll with it, and then cool. You turn around. So yeah,
Yep.
you see Ewan do this if you'd like.
Mhm.
Ewan. All right. So
All
you'll
right.
squeeze in, and you're gonna take this as far as you can.
I mean, yeah. You gotta see where it goes. This is the biggest lead I have.
Alrighty. So you're going to follow this for. Let's see. It's going to take you twice as long, so you're going to spend at least half an hour with no. Well, there's be a little bit of a change within about 5 minutes. You'll notice that the walls of the tunnel seem to get a little bit thicker, like they've been used more previously. You feel like the section you came from is maybe a newer addition than what you're running into now. There's kind of a point where that happens. But there's no offshoots or anything just yet. And you're going to continue. I'm assuming you're going to continue going.
Yeah.
All right. So you keep squeezing on through. And now you go for about, let's say, about half an hour. Based on your earlier survival roll, you know, kind of acknowledge it's probably about, you know, by this point you probably traveled about a mile underground. And you recall it took you a little over 2 miles to get from Ashbarrow to where you were. Direction-wise, this has been curving a little bit, so that may be throwing some calculations a little bit off. You have spent a lot of time in a hedge, you know, village and Ridhall and all that, in a burrow really, and so there is some component of keeping your bearings underground. But the way that they've tailored most of that is that, you know, this is a relatively new experience trying to hop into a long tunnel that really isn't designed for others to cross through, if that makes sense. So if you'd like to try to keep your bearings during this, we could do a fresh survival roll for that. Otherwise, we'll kind of keep that. Generally, you understand you're going in the general direction back towards Ashbarrow.
Okay. You want a survival roll then?
That's up to you. So if you're good enough with the information you have here, you can take that. If you try a survival roll and you roll, it would be very high, and it would be not with it would be like flat, not with advantage. Then we might be able to give you a little bit more. But if not, then you would use the new roll for your, you know, ongoing survival, if that makes sense, and kind of override the old roll.
I don't think I'm gonna do much better than 18, so I'm just gonna hold on to it.
All right, sounds good. So you keep going.
I continue through the tunnels.
Yeah. So more time passes. Tunnel remains sturdy, and probably about another 30-ish minutes, and the tunnel starts to feel a little bit wider. Starts like it's beginning to widen, and with your previous survival check of an 18, you notice that as you're using your body, you know, to pull yourself forward, that it feels a little bit less thick on your right side in particular. Not that it is specifically less thick, but as if there's a hollowness somewhere that you didn't feel before.
Okay.
Alright, so do you keep going?
Run that by me one more time. I don't think I understood it.
Sure. So I imagine, like, as you're trying to pull yourself through this really, you know, like tight tunnel, right? That you're having to use like your elbow, you're having to use your elbows and your kind of like your body to pull you through. Maybe I'm not sure if you're using any like tools or anything else you have on you to kind of gain grip or anything like that. But then on occasion, your talons or your arm may thunk to the side of the ball, if that makes sense. And there's a particular like sound and vibration that comes back from that each time that kind of generally reinforces that whatever is on the other side of that is very far away. It's a lot of really thick dirt, right?
Okay.
So what you notice at this point is that it sounds slightly less thick, a little bit more of a reverberation, so to speak. Not much, just the beginning of it.
Okay. I mean, alright, I'm gonna keep going then.
All right. So you keep going, and you see that eventually the right side of the tunnel narrows, even as the rest of it is kind of widening out a little bit, narrows, and then another tunnel flows in from the right, kind of like a merging into a singular section.
Okay.
So at this
Can
point,
I have a split?
yeah, so at this point you can make kind of almost like a U-turn, not go behind you, but like to go to where this other tunnel is linking up with you, or you can keep going straight.
Well, it's no harm in checking the U-turn, so let's check the U-turn.
All right, so you position yourself around. You use the slightly larger area. It's a little bit more comfortable to be in where these two intersect, and then you maneuver and start heading up this new U-turn area from where this came in, and you'll spend probably about at least another 45 minutes if you're. I mean, just tell me. Do you want to kind of keep going until you find something, or is there a point at which you want to turn back?
I've almost spent 2 hours down here. I think I'm committed at this point.
All right, so you'll spend about 45 minutes going down this new tunnel, and you will start to see that it seems to be moving a little bit upwards and narrowing a bit. You're getting that feeling of you're getting into that newer tunnel feeling that you had when you first entered the original tunnel. You feel you might be coming up to something soon, but you'll notice just as this tunnel was kind of sealed when you found it, that whatever is coming up here is also likely to be sealed in some fashion or another. Maybe not, the hardest of dirt, but like something is going to block. It's like a smooth transition to the surface, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Do you press forward?
Yes.
All right, so as you press forward, the tunnel continues to narrow, and you now it fully kind of like caves in. It doesn't like cave in on you, but like there's just dirt in front of you. Do you try to get through it, and if so, what do you do to try to get through the dirt to get to whatever outlet this tunnel has?
I mean, I don't have any digging implements, so I'm just gonna have to crawl through it.
All right, that sounds like that could be. I'd say athletics. Let's
Okay.
roll that and see where we land.
It says I have advantage. I'm trying to remember what the circumstances around that is.
See if I can check the sheet. Advantage on strength athletic checks made to climb any surface your talons could reasonably grip.
Oh, okay. So climbing then. That's not
Yeah.
gonna apply here.
Yes.
Got 12 athletics check.
Yeah, so with a 12, that's good enough. You're able to use your talons to really get purchase. Because it seems like this has been used recently enough, you're able to pull through the dirt, kind of use the inherent weakness in it as it's kind of been recently filled in, and you pull your way up, and you make a little bit of a hole, and you come up into another farm patch. This one is not like the previous. I mean, it's similar in the general nature of it, but it's very distinctly not the one you were previously in.
So no pumpkins around.
No pumpkins for this one, no.
What do I see around me?
You see, I'm going to reuse a picture from before, but we're not going to see the... So there's no, like, hay in the distance there. There's going to be a more traditional, like, wooden shack. And you see a similar ashy field. Looks like this one has also been plowed relatively recently. And there's some orange-colored vegetables, it looks like, a little bit closer towards the shack.
Okay. How much time have I spent down here, would you say?
You spent about an hour and a half to get to this point.
Okay. I haven't gone very far at all. I guess we go look at the shack.
All right, you walk up to the shack. You looking to see anything? You doing this stealthily, or you're looking to just like knock on the door and see if anyone's there?
I don't have any reason to hide. I'm just gonna find out what the shack's about.
Okay, so it looks like a decent-sized shack that could accommodate a family of, well, depends on what they are exactly. But you'd say if they were bird folk like you, it could hold maybe 6 people from the outside anyway.
Okay. I knock on the door.
And come up to the door. I got it. And the door opens. Hello there, who are you? You see
Well, hello.
a very small Gerbine with a straw hat and like blue overalls and a little farmer shirt on.
I'll take my cap off, hold it against my chest, and be like, well, good evening. My name is Jasper Honeybrook. It seems I am terribly lost and terribly dirty. I apologize for my appearance.
No problem. What brings you to our humble carrot farm?
I was on my way to the Sandhill Cranes, I believe.
The coons?
The name's right, Ewith and Kaka. Appears as though I've been lost. Would you kindly point me in the right direction?
Sure. You want to go to them? Sure. So the Gerbine will point you in the direction of Locke to get back over to the Sandhill Cranes if you'd like.
Okay. Other than the shack, what else is around here?
Sure. So there's kind of as with the coons, where you had kind of the little patch of pumpkins that they kind of kept. They have there's a patch of orange non-pumpkin fruit, vegetables. You'd have to go and inspect it. That's in a similar position. Around the shack, there's also farming implements. There's a smaller shack that seems to be some kind of garage for maybe larger farming implements.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't believe I caught your name.
Yes. I'm Jerry. And this is the Hermo family of Farmstead.
Excellent. Well, Mr. Jerry, I do have a follow-up question, if you would permit me the inquiry.
Certainly.
Now, I hear through not so uncertain grapevines that there appears to be a vegetable thief in the whereabouts. Have you experienced any missing produce in the past or in the present?
We have. And at that point, a rabbit-looking, small Drabian. A female comes up behind him, dressed somewhat a little bit more of like a dress, like a farming kind of dress situation.
Mm-hmm.
You bet we have. We don't know who's been doing it, but our carrot's been going missing.
I see.
If you're here to find who's doing it, we'd be mighty appreciative.
Well, I can't really speak on specifics, but just rest assured that steps are being taken.
Well, thank you kindly, sir. Jerry says. Is there anything more we can do for you?
Oh, not specifically, I'm afraid. You haven't come across any weird objects in your field when you've been plowing or the like?
No, we haven't. Just missing carrots is all.
Missing carrots, missing pumpkins. Interesting. Well, you've been most helpful. I will leave you to enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, you as well. Kindly, sir.
I will bid them adieu and start walking back towards the crane.
All right. As you do that, we'll flip back over to Scrappy. Scrappy, what are you doing at the moment in Ash Barrel?
Well, I was looking for the London Roxborough guy.
All right. Let's get are you like looking, or are you what are you doing to try to find him? If that makes sense.
I'm going off the tip that the bartender told me. There's a tent, a yellow one, nearby. That way or something. He pointed a direction.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, it's literally just you're gonna walk straight out of the. I could get the picture up for you so you can kind of see what that looks like. So yeah, the teal building in the top right, not the large watchtower, but the one above that. You're gonna come out of there and you kind of go straight south, and then just to the right of the watchtower, you'll see there is. You'll kind of wrap around. You'll see, actually, give you the thing for it. Sorry. Where'd it go? So you'll come around a couple of tents, and you'll notice that one of the tents flaps is a little bit open, and you'll see the armor that you made is hanging from inside of it. And as you keep walking and kind of eyeing that tent in particular, a familiar raptor is going to step out of a stone hovel right next to that tent. Hello there, Scrappy.
There you are. I've been looking for you.
Well, mighty kind of you to come all the way back out here, so you can see, well, it worked until it didn't, but, you know, some of that was maybe overconfidence on my part. I went deeper than I've ever gone into the Scorched Grove, and, well, didn't quite hold up that deep, but, do you think you could fix it up some?
I have to have a look at it and see what I can do, but I think I can get it working.
I'd be mighty appreciative if you could. It's right over here, and he's going to go from his hovel and open up the flap to the tent where you saw the armor.
Yep, he's going to follow it.
So you can see here, it looks like, geez, like a ceramic plate or something here.
What was that, sir?
It says, did you use like a ceramic plate or something here? And he like points at the particular point in the armor.
I think I did, if I remember correctly. He scratches his chin.
You see the ceramic plate seems to be a little bit melted, not there anymore. But yeah, well, you know, it's really hot in the Scorched Grove, like unnaturally so, right? Yeah, I think this didn't quite hold up, and it looks like once that came off, is that like some what I'm not sure kind of what metal was used here, but it looks like it got through and Oh, you can see he's gonna pull up a spot on his arm and show you some burns there, and he's bandaged in quite a few places. He's looking a little bit rough, but it looks like he's healed some, and you imagine some weeks since this initially happened.
Scrappy's gonna have his eyes completely wide open at the fact a ceramic plate melted. Melted. Not cracked, melted.
That's
He's
bizarre.
yeah, he's gonna come in, like, open the sleeving, move it out of the way, like, peel some of the glue back to grab the ceramic plate out.
That's a lot of nuts!
Yeah! No. It's just really shocking it melted. That's kind of really weird. Maybe it's like a defective ceramic. It's not actually ceramic. Maybe that's why. He knocks on it. Ding ding.
I'm hesitant to knock your craftsmanship or that of your suppliers, but I mean, the Scorched Grove is an unforgiving place. I mean, it burned hundreds upon hundreds of years ago, as you know, and I mean, most places start regrowing, and as you've seen, it's still not doing that, even with the help of the tenders. So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there's something weird about the fire here. I don't know if there's anything you could think of that might resist this kind of heat better.
I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna say this now. I'm surprised you're alive. Ceramics, they can withstand, like I'm saying, proper ceramics, not this little dingy little thing. Will hold up to, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, worst case, 600 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, there was a large cloud of ash that swept over me when, well, you know, I don't really know what happened. I fell over, and all of a sudden, a whole bunch of stuff started burning, and I tried to go back the way I came, and once I got out of the ash cloud, I noticed that, well, some of the armor just seemed to kind of be not the way that it was before, if that makes sense, and a lot of stuff hurt. I managed to make it all the way back here, though, and get to the clinic. Well, really, the good graces of those in the tower over there.
Good, you're safe now. And he's gonna look over the leather. How does the leather look, by the way? I'm curious.
Yeah, it depends kind of on where you look. Some of it looks, well, you know what, actually, give me, I'm gonna give you two options. Give me either investigation or arcana.
I'll go investigation.
Okay. Gonna give me that roll then.
Hold up. No, I'll save it. 9.
Alright, with a 9, you look over the leather, and, you know, it seems like it's intact, except for the spots where it's not, where that also seems to have had an issue with whatever has impacted it here, and seems to have overwhelmed it. Not quite to the extent that the ceramic plating has been. The ceramic seems to have been exposed more directly to whatever it was. The leather seems to be saved in these parts a little bit just based on the fact that it's behind the metal and the ceramic and the other things you put in front of it. But it also seems to show some signs in some areas of stress.
Very interesting. He's like stroking his like face, like doing like both hands like on his nose, just like. Might have to blend some fabrics together and get a better, like, resistance. Very interesting results, gotta say. He turns around.
Thank you for coming out here and looking at it.
Yeah, it's no worries. Make sure to keep you safe. Gotta keep my, my pride. Anyways, I think I can fix it up. I just have to figure out what materials I can do. Either I can bring it back with me, it's about a 3-hour trip, and fix it up and bring it back to you, or I could try and figure out any materials around this part, but from what I've heard, there's not much.
Well, there, as a researcher, I've got access to a special spot that the avium provides us. What exactly do you need? I might be able to see if I can go and can get some things for you.
Well, I do need another fabric. Let's see. I need something that's good with fire. You might have to use a tinderbox to kind of sample it, make sure it doesn't light on fire or melt. You just want something that can withstand the heat. I might have to layer multiple. So, in a sense, I need a fabric as your baseline, and it points to it on the armor. That will keep you comfort as well as protect you. Then you get the metal for any sharp objects or just general protection. Though, ideally, you don't want to use metal because that kind of defeats the purpose of fireproofing, and it can just heat up. So I might have to replace your metal with something else.
Well,
So I think fabric for now.
all right. Well, I'll go see what I can find. And he's gonna walk off. He's gonna go next to where the tavern is. He's gonna open a door. And he's gonna go in and spend a little bit of time on there and come back out. And he's found just some like canvas leather, basically. And he brings it back to you. Well, this is what I could find here. Fancier stuff is not really something I think they guess the researchers need.
Okay. So what is it again, sorry? The item he's giving me?
It's a canvas of leather, so kind of if you think like the kind of leather you would like drape over a tent, or that you might use to like craft like a water skin if you kind of like hardened it and kind of worked with it a little bit more.
Okay. He's going to grab it off him, just pull out like a small little bit of it, like not cut it off, but like just pull it out, grab his tinderbox and light it. Like just light a match and put it under the canvas and put his hand over, like pretty much checking if he can pass through it, just even small amounts of heat.
So you like holding the flame next to it to see if like the other side of the canvas is warm, or are you like holding the flame on the canvas?
Oh, like just like near it and just how do I explain it? Put the canvas up, put the match underneath it, and then put my hand above that canvas to see if it's passing through like the heat.
Gotcha. So yeah, I mean you can feel some heat. It's clear that it's not fully blocking. I mean, it is doing a pretty good job. Leather's pretty decent insulator on that front, but it's not perfect.
Okay. Well, what I can do is add this in as a cushioner, and it would it'll add to more heat resistance. The metal, now I think about it, pretty good. It just depends on the metal, which it goes over to the armor, kind of goes ding ding. So it's gonna use investigation, sorry, for what type of metal I used.
You can use either investigation, want to try and figure out what it is freshly, or you can use history if you want to just try and remember what you did with it.
I think I'll go freshly, so I'm gonna investigate.
All right, go ahead and give me either your passive or an investigation roll.
I'll give that investigation roll 14.
14. All right, that's right on the edge. So we'll take it. All right, so you used I'd say iron for most of it. You also had let's see, a cauldron pot. That's probably iron. Ceramic plates, metal, silver for the forks. That's what flavor would that be? That could have been. It could literally be silver. But that might be a little rich for it. I'm trying to think what alloy it might. There's probably an alloy that's not iron, but a little bit flimsier.
Mm-hmm. We can say most percentage is iron.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. Good. Okay, we're gonna add this fabric underneath. Try and patch up the holes here and there that it's on the leather. What else? How was your hands? I didn't really give you much gloves.
He looks at his hands. This one, and there's like a whole bunch of bandaging wrapped around it. This one got pretty burnt, and this other one, not so much.
How about the boots that I gave you?
Looks down. Well, boots seem to held up pretty well.
Good. Alright, so I need to make you gloves and refabric the armor. Probably, let's see. How was the helmet, by the way? I know it was kind of using a pot and reshaped it.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to add fabric in it. Sorry. I really apologize for that.
Yeah, actually the helmet looks like it held up pretty well, but I got some real bad marks on my ears and my head where they touched the metal that was pretty hot.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I kind of forgot. Alright. At least you're safe and you're okay, I'm hoping.
Yeah, I'd say I've been through worse, but not really. But I tried to push deeper than I ever have before. This sounded like a pretty big job, Scrappy. Don't know if I've got quite the funds to pay you the way I did last time, but might be able to pay for materials. Sure you have access to everything you need over here to do what you need to do here?
Well, like from what I heard, it's only just like the research. Sorry, the tongue. The researchers storage thing is the only thing I can really look at for materials, but it's only for researchers. So
Yeah, I took a look in there. There's some, and we might be able to get you some metal implements you could kind of melt down and do something with, but I don't know if we've got a forge and all the stuff you need here. My original goal was kind of just to come over, and it's a little bit hard for me to travel right now, so have you come over, take a look at the suit, but if you need to bring it back with you to Meadowfen and do some work there and come back, just let me know what the material bills are. I can probably cover another at least 50 gold worth of materials and maybe 25 for your labor.
that sounds fair. We'll shake on it. He puts out his hand.
He'll go to put out his hand that's bandaged, and then he'll think better about it, pull it back, and put out his other hand. And then it's kind of awkward because you both put out a hand on the same side, so he kind of tries to twist his arm so he can grab your
Sorry.
hand.
Yeah,
No
here you
problem. That'll work. Just take your time, and I got at least another week of recovery. So just do what you can, and I guess if we can bring it back here in a week or two, that'd be great.
No problem. I'll get to it then. I'll get working on it. Hopefully I can cover that helmet. I think I have some leather left over. Don't mind that sound in the background.
No problem. That's quite the wind again. Here, come on in my. I'll show you in the hovel, and you'll wait out the windstorm together. And while that happens, we're gonna flip back over to Jasper, who is just arriving now back at the Coon's farmstead. And I'm gonna flip the thing over to you. So Jasper, what do you want to do at the Coon farmstead?
Jasper?
I'm sorry. Will you repeat that?
Yeah, no problem. So Jasper, you are re-arriving at the Coon farmstead. What would you like to do there?
All right, let's do it. Well, apart from an awful lot of dirt, I did reach the end of our tunnel. It seems it pops out over by Jerry's farm. Are you familiar with your neighbor Jerry?
Yes. Jerry and his wife were very nice.
Seems they too are victims of your vegetable thief.
Well, we're not stealing from each other. I can't even fit in that hole. So, how is this thief getting to us?
Well, I didn't follow the tunnel the other way, and I don't reckon it starts from this location, so apart from just walking the other direction, I believe we are in a circle.
Well, yeah, let's at least we know that they're. I guess it sounds like they're coming through the tunnels then. I'll keep a closer ear out for the next plunk I have, or the next time the plow doesn't quite go the way it should, and I'll try to dig it up, and if it's a tunnel like we found today, I'll collapse it.
Yes, I suppose that's probably due in order to control your, is it in poor taste to say rodent problem?
Oh, as I'm a bird folk, not to me, but I don't know if you'd want to say that to Jerry over there.
It's okay, so then the answer is yes, it is in poor taste. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, well, I mean, I came out here looking for information about the paintings, and I found a tunnel that I followed.
So yeah, from a DM standpoint, like you mentioned, there's a part of the you took that U-turn. You could try to spend a long amount of time squeeze down and try to like go straight instead of doing the U-turn. You are at the one of the other exits. You could head back and kind of just report what you've got to Andreas. So it's kind of up to you what you'd like to do here. You could also try to follow the tunnel without having to go under it. You did get a better feel with your survival roll from earlier of kind of where and how the tunnel goes, and also from walking, like getting directions from Jerry on how to get back to the Coon's farmstead. You have a better idea of how to triangulate out here in this area of the Scorched Grove where the farms are. You might have a better, decent shot of kind of guesstimating where this tunnel might let out, if that makes sense, without having to follow as directly. So
I think this is going to take more manpower than myself, so I think I'm going to head back and let Andreas know what's happening.
Alrighty, so you'll start your way back, and then Scrappy.
Yes.
Excellent. Very good. Scrappy. So you are... Sorry, side effect for the little transition there. Alright, so you are in the hovel with Lyndon, and you're making small talk ostensibly as the ash blows by. There are bells ringing to let everyone know to get inside, and you're staying inside, and when those bells stop, Lyndon lets you know, oh, the wind is all good. Scrappy, I'd offer you lodging, but this hovel's a little tight, I think. Do you, I can give you the armor. Is there anything I can do to help you out, or are you gonna head back to Meadowfen?
Well, I did make the armor as well with the metal. The chest is a little bit thin. I think. Let's see. He goes over to the armor stand, or where it's being hanged up, and tries to lift all of it up.
Well, give me an athletics check.
Okay. Athletics. 1. Wait, hold up. Double checking. Yeah.
Dirty 1. Okay, cool. So you go to
Yeah, good.
you go to lift this heavy suit of armor you've made, and you've worked with a lot of stuff over a long period of time. Some it's heavier than others. I mean, you work with a lot of metal, right? So this shouldn't be a big deal. But for some reason, maybe it's just being cramped in the hovel during the ash, or maybe some of the ash just made your your bones hurt. You go to pick up this armor, and you almost pull a muscle, but luckily you don't. You stop even trying to lift it, and it almost clatters to the ground, but luckily it's hanging up just right. Well, Scrappy, that might not be the way to get that back where you're going.
Nope.
Let me get you a cart from the researcher storage. I can do that at least for you. So
Thank you.
he'll go to the researcher storage and come back with a hand cart. Here, you know what? Let me, maybe together we can get the suit of armor in there, and he'll, with his good arm, he'll go and grab one side of it, and he'll kind of nudge you to grab the other side. And I won't make you do a strength check for this one. You'll both get it into the cart if you'd like.
Alright, you ready?
Oh, you want to? Well, so if you're going to do the athletics check, do you have an advantage because he's helping you?
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Athletics. I just had it. There it is. Alright, roll once. Roll again. That's better. 17.
Yeah, 17. The two of you working together, knowing the enormity of the problem, get this suit into the handcart. And Scrappy, you are good to go if you'd like to head back to Meadowfen. It is starting to get up there in the day. It takes you about 3 hours to get back. And you probably want to be back before dusk because you already encountered one bandit.
He's going to use the the tarp or whatever. What was the material again called? Like the canvas, to cover
Yeah.
up the armor, and he's going to let's see. I'm gonna grab some farm soil.
Okay. From do you like want to go? We can hand
Oh,
wave the interaction for time purposes. We want to go buy some from like the grocer or like the general store or something.
Oh, could I ground drop some? Just like from.
Give
I'll
a-
just grab dirt, pretty much. That's all I'll just say.
Give me a survival roll to see what kind of dirt you get.
Survival.
Yeah.
Yep. 23.
23. Wow, yeah. So you're looking for farm dirt, and you know the reason there's so many farms in this area is because of the ash that keeps blowing. It really fertilizes the soil, and somehow right here in the middle of the ash barrow, there's the farm soil, and you have found it. You've gathered it.
Yep. And he's going to pour that all over where the canvas is covering the armor over it, so it disguises the armor.
All right.
Burying the armor?
What was it?
You're burying the armor?
Yeah, under the canvas, and then plus
He's
the dirt.
pulling a
on top.
Vivri.
Yeah. It's,
And to make sure it's covered, so as I'm traveling, they won't really be interested in it.
I got you.
it's a smart move. All right. So do you roll your hand card on out of ash barrow?
Trying to think. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that.
All right, so you roll on out, you start your journey onto the road that brought you here. And as you do that, we'll switch back over to Jasper.
I'm just going straight back to Ash Barrow.
All right, so you're going to get back just a little bit after Scrappy has left. You won't know that, obviously, just kind of for time's sake. So it is getting later in the day. I believe you were told earlier that there isn't any more space in the inn tonight in here. If not, we'll make sure that comes up. So you're going to the watchtower to go see Andreas, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we're just going to get you right to Andreas in the watchtower then. And you knock on the door or otherwise, kind of make your presence known. He'll come and open.
Right.
Well, hello again. Did you make progress on our shared goal?
I'm just like covered in dirt, by the way. I've been traveling through a tunnel that is too small for me.
Oh, wow.
Well, I have some news, at least. I did discover in the vicinity that there was a series of tunnels underneath farmlands there. Appears as though we have a vegetable thief in the midst of at least 2 farmlands, stretching many miles. The tunnels are a bit small for myself, but as you can most assuredly notice, I put myself through the rigmarole anyway.
Well,
Unfortunately, I don't have much more information about the paintings other than the 2 sets of farmers don't know anything about them.
the tunnel you found, where was it? Was it like where the paintings were? Was it like someone had placed the paintings through the tunnel, or?
It's quite possible that they were stored there for safekeeping. Coming from a borough myself, that is generally what you do when you want to place something that's going to stay where you put it. You just stick it right in the dirt wall, you see.
Which of the paintings here? I'll point to the 3 paintings. Which of these was where the tunnel was? I don't know if the coons helped you quite that much, but just in case you're able to figure it out.
I see. Well, this is the sum of it. I noticed that the paintings were all equally distant from one another in sort of a triangle. So what I did was I went to the center of where this triangle drew me, and I began to dig with a rake. Don't ask. They didn't have a shovel. Eventually I uncovered said tunnel.
Huh. So, in the center of the... as a DM quickly, I'm going to give you the spot where you found the tunnel was like if you, so you were at the center like of the triangle, right? But then you ended up walking about 16 feet away from the center, so that like that point where the tunnel exited was like it would have formed a diamond, if that makes sense, with the other 3 locations.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Okay, so you started in a spot that, like, you know, you go one direction, there's a point, you go another direction the same number of feet, but like cardinal wise, so you go north 16 feet, there's one point, retrace to where you were, go right 16 feet, or east 16 feet, there's another point, go, you know, back west to your starting spot, then go south 16 feet, and there's another point, go back up, and that's like where your center of the 3 spots where the paintings are found. Then you didn't find anything at that particular spot though, but where you found the hole that the tunnel ended up being in was if you went 16 feet west of where you were, which is a new direction, like would be a new direction, right? Then there would be like a point there where that hole was, forming a diamond rather than a triangle. Does that make more sense?
It appears as though it was a quadrilateral
Quadrilateral,
and
you
not
say?
a triangle. Yes.
So I have 3 paintings here. There are 3 holes. You said the 3 holes were equidistant from each other, and then this other one, this tunnel was equidistant. Is it common, Jasper, that a hedge or someone like that trying to store items that they have pilfered would make a tunnel and then make 3 holes outside of that tunnel to hide their pilfered goods in?
Well, I can't speak on the pilfering myself. I don't make it a point to acquaint myself with pilferers. No, that's generally not how hedges operate. That's not how most people operate. I don't store any of my belongings equidistant from one another. That is a bizarre behavior.
It is, isn't it? Well, this is much to contemplate. You mentioned that the tunnel seems to be connected possibly to some produce thievery.
On 2 accounts, 100% of the farmers that I encountered today all report the same thing: stolen vegetables in the near past and or present.
Well, this may be more of a boon than you had realized. Not a boon for the poor farmers, of course, but with this information, I can go to the militia. Actually, the avian, or perhaps even the perch guard, might actually take us seriously now. It's a possibility that the thievery could be for bandits. Whether it is or isn't, that might be enough to get some actual resources over here to look up the tunnel situation. Maybe we can make progress on our investigation beyond that, but even just knowing what you brought to me, this is more than we started with.
I had intended to encounter our culprit myself, but as you can see, it is much later in the day now, and I could not fathom traveling any more underground than I had already done. Yes, I do believe more manpower would be required. If you will permit me one further observation, I don't suspect that this is the work of a bandit or several. While they would probably steal food, I don't think that they would stop there.
Well, let us keep that between ourselves for now, if you don't mind. But Jasper, thank you very much, and your intuition was correct. I gave you the end of day, or the end of before dusk time frame, less to set a particular hard deadline in that regard, and more to make sure that you wouldn't feel compelled to stay out at night. It's quite dangerous in the Scorched Grove, and I feel badly now sending you out there already as was, and look at how you've come back. And he'll wave his hands a little bit, and you'll feel some of the dirt come off of you. I hope that can help a little bit. Here's your
Yes, I do need to find a bird bath of sorts.
Well, here's 200 gold, as agreed upon. I know that the answer may not be fully as what I saw it originally, but as apparently we are becoming quite busy in Ash Barrow tonight, and our inn is full, I want to make sure I pay you in full, and if you should choose to come back tomorrow and investigate further, you're quite welcome to. But if not, that is quite fine as well. I'll do what I can from here. You've helped very, very much, Jasper. Thank you. Meadowfen should have an inn. It should be on your way back towards Root Hollow as well, about 3 hours journey from here. And I hear there's some kind of performance from a very famous Vulpin performer, I hear, going on at their tavern tonight.
Well, then it seems that, given the state of the sun, the time of day, I should probably make my way on back.
Yes, please feel free. And he'll try to clean a little bit more off of you, but some magic. And stay safe on the roads. Be careful. Whether bandits
You've been
or...
a most gracious host.
Well, thank you. I bid you adieu then. Do you want any more water?
I'm afraid I am watered out at this point.
Oh, no problem then. Have a good evening. And I will see you again when I see you. Jasper.
Until we meet again.
Excellent. And with that, you both make it back to Meadowfen. Do you head to the end to watch the performance?
Yes.
Excellent. You as well, Scrappy?
Let's go meet your fox.
Oh no, you're just going to there. That'll be
Okay.
next session. You going to the inn, Scrappy?
The inn.
Yeah, to see the
Mhm.
performance.
Oh. I was planning on just leaving.
Oh,
You
no,
already left Ash Barrow.
We made
This
it.
is in Meadowfen.
You successfully...
Meadow-
Yeah, you concealed your cart. You successfully avoided any future bandit problems. You got back to Meadowfen, no problem.
Did I use
Exploded.
the same road, by the way?
You
That
did.
I used?
Did you want to check up on your bandit friend quickly? Very quickly, mind you.
I'm curious if he was even there still.
He is not. You do see
Okay.
blood, like some blood, like, where you left him. So you make sure that you're about there, but like clearly someone has fetched him or he has somehow woken up and stumbled off.
Yep.
Yay, congratulations! We made it within 4 hours!
Woo!
Sorry that seemed a little slow at points. This was focusing mostly on you learning the mechanics of your characters. So hopefully next session will be a lot more active as we will be officially beginning the actual campaign.
Whoop.
Okay.
All right. With that, I think we can end the stream here. I don't know if any. See you later. Oh, hi, Steve.
Steve! Wow,
Steve.
sorry. We don't come through on the ending soon, which I was about to do, and I regret that. I apologize. So, hi, Steve.
Steve.
How you doing, Steve?
We are doing this mini campaign mostly through my channel so that Trog does not have to worry about OBS. Yeah, so this will give him a much needed rest while he plots out the next parts of our campaign, our main campaign. So this is what we're going to be doing for just a little bit.
I hope you like my little character called Scrappy Boi.
He's so cute.
You seem
Hey,
really
man.
involved with them.
What was that?
You seem really involved with them. It's refreshing.
Yee.
I like how you came prepared with the blacksmithing and everything too. I was, even as a DM, not fully expecting to have to sit there and go, all right, we have these specific metals and they go to these specific temperatures.
Yeah,
I like it.
I was just going off like history or like watching like blacksmith doing their work. But I don't know how to do it. I'm just doing the kind of waving the hand of magic, but also adding the little like spices of I think this is how it went, or how this is how you forge it.
That's amazing. I really like it. And I like Jasper. He's the sarcastic little guy.
He is.
I'm not
Indeed.
trying to be sarcastic. He's very inquisitive, and intuitive, and he's trying to put things together. And so I'm asking questions that I feel are contradictory to what is being said, and so I'm like, what's happening? Sort of more. I am more in the moment. I don't know. I'm tired.
You're fine.
No, it's coming across really funny, and I like it.
It is.
As
Yeah.
Steve said. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was trying to. Yeah. I said no, nope. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I was trying to bring it
Yeah,
back.
you gotta scoop the O. No.
Nope.
I like how you
Yeah.
saw the encounter and just like, nope, run him right on out of here.
Yeah,
I know,
some-
that was so funny.
I have designed him where he's more face than he is weapon. So I don't intend to initiate combat with Jasper. Like he's not comfortable in combat, so he's more comfortable talking to people. Didn't come across a lot today. I'm exhausted. Oh my god, I actually fell asleep. But I do intend to play him more. Number one, cautious, but number two, I intend to be a social player.
Yeah, this will probably be really interesting since Taryn and I are co-DMing. We are also co-players, but we're basically like DMPCs at the same time, so we can't really help much.
Yeah.
We're like, we have to be like hollered, but we can fight things.
Yeah, well, you guys can ask us to do stuff too, so, we'll bring some skill sets in. You're welcome to look at our character sheets to show our spells and things like that when our characters come in, and, if they can solve a problem, we probably won't bring up how they could to you, but, if you see that solution, like, have your character ask our characters about it, is kind of where that's going. But yeah, so we'll have that to look forward to, the proper session 1, hopefully coming up next weekend. We'll see if we can make that happen. And that will start the Humblewood campaign properly, and we will have 2 Vulpins added to the mix.
And we won't have the audio muted for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, that we will have
Right.
fixed.
I might even be in VR for that one,
That would be fun.
so I can do some gestures.
Yeah.
All right. With that, we hope you have a good night, Steve, and we'll catch you all next time.
Yep. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.